Okay, chat, we are actually good to go now. Okay. We are good to go now. Kind of felt bad. The previous stream had like 20 minutes of wait time, so I just went ahead and said, screw it, let's pull the plug and start over. Now, is that good for me? No, because YouTube really hates when you do that. It typically ruins your streams. Also, I gotta mock like half the YouTubers that made the We Won garbage. Because we, in fact, did not win. Which is kind of to be expected, but... Why does it say upcoming stream? Huh? Is YouTube still bricked? Okay, it looks like YouTube is still somehow bricked. I got like 3 messages right there and got 1 ding for that, so I'm gonna have to, like yesterday, go in and manually refresh my chat / refresh my page every single time I want to read chat, because the chat's not updating, which is fun. Shout out Michael, first member of the fam in this live stream. Appreciate you, big dog. Let's fucking go. Update looks like the bare minimum they could do. Yes. So, take 2, baby. Hell yeah, Carver. Hell yeah, Syracuse. Appreciate y'all. Yeah, I had to, right as I was leaving my room to go get the stream going, got me some water and to use the bathroom. I gotta mute Max for a moment. Go get some water, go use the bathroom, and on the way, my sister was making a cake. The nephew wasn't really doing too well. She asked me to hold said nephew. I said, sure, it'll be a few minutes. I was holding my nephew, and then like 15 minutes went by. I brought him back to my room to try and stream while holding him. And within like 30 seconds of me putting the microphone in front of his face, he starts spazzing out. So I was like, okay, not gonna work. So I just had to go sit there and wait for his mother to be done. I think she's making a cake or something like that. But then his mother was done, and then I gave him back, and now we're here. So, but man, chat, how we feeling about this absolute dog shit update we're getting Thursday? Ooh, actually, here's a better question. Do you guys want me to go ahead and cover the update now? So do you guys want me to cover the Thursday update now? I have the blog post pulled up on my computer. For all you guys who haven't read the blog post, we can cover the highlights of said blog post. But if you guys want, we can cover it now, or we can like wait a bit. Up to you guys. But either way, I am going to cover said blog post because it's really just shitty what EA is doing. Which again is the reason why I'm gonna probably make a video mocking so many, because to be fair, I was already going to mock them, but now I even have more of a reason to mock them because all the we won and yeah is kind of meaningless when literally nothing is going to happen. Carver says go for it. Michael also says go for it. All right, chat. You guys, I will get done with the sim game and we will go for it. Travis. Actually, it's not Travis. It's Travish. The H is throwing me off. Travis. Seems like the only people getting screwed are the Road to Glory players. Oh no, we're also getting screwed. I'll show you where we're getting screwed. This basically is an update that's 95% fluff and filler and very little actual substance. So chat, for the season I'm about to show you, I went and I tried brand new aggressiveness settings and, well, it looks like it's working. We're winning 27-3, 34-3. We are just destroying Texas at Texas. This is not even close. 37-3. 44-3. Texas just got blown out 54-3. Yeah, I've been using some new settings. And, damn. Damn. We just blew out Texas at Texas. That's incredible. That was... See, I gotta show you guys the season that I skipped for you guys. I'm basically resumed right into the postseason, which, I mean, you guys really didn't see much. We've been doing this to teams all year. We just put belt to ass. We just put belt to ass. My QB, he did have a lot of incompletions, but he did throw for almost 300 yards, 3 touchdowns, no picks. In the running game, my running back had 14 carries for 120 yards. My backup had 11 for 48. QB got sacked a lot. He's a pocket passer. He's not meant to be running. Receiving, a bunch of dudes with a bunch of yards, pretty spread out everywhere. And then defensively, I'm assuming, yeah, we got 2 sacks from you, a sack from you, a sack from you, a sack from you. We got 2 interceptions from 2 different guys. Just absolutely slaughtered Texas. But very quickly, I will cover the update for you guys that haven't read it yet, and I will hop into this stuff. Ooh. Michael, used a lot of words for a whole lot of nothing. Yes and no. There were a lot of words. I can confirm. I'm not going to read all the words, but there was a lot of yapping, and there is some stuff changing, but it's... EA more or less views their audience as idiots, like I mentioned last night, right? The reason why they put a Rainmaker in the game was for people who can't micromanage their money and can't effectively, you know, what's the word? Budget? Yeah, they can't really budget properly. And effectively, why they changed the game so rampantly was, again, the same reason, was that the players are too stupid to figure out how to properly play the game. And if you're like, EA would never call their audience stupid, EA would never speak in a condescending manner to the people who, to the consumer giving them money, I'll show you. It's scummy. Now, mind you, I'm not going to be able to read chat during this thing because you guys know I only have one screen. So if you guys see my screen, I can't see my screen. So I'm going to flash it on screen. You guys can type in chat. As you guys know, I will always go back and read chat. So wait. Ain't no one gonna tell me my fucking... Bruh. Chat, there's fucking two of me. Not a single one of you guys were going to inform me that my microphone was echoing. That's crazy. Well, now it's fixed. Now there should be just one of me now. Wait, as you guys can see, here's the official website. It's in my Discord if you guys want to go read it for yourself. But here's the official website. I'm not going to read all of this garbage because, frankly, people don't care about the reasons. Here are the main three things that is being changed. We have Dynasty Update. The Coach XP setting is getting changed. The Dynasty Recruiting Update is partially going to get implemented. Keyword here is partially. There was some Road to Glory changes for the Edge position battle progress. I don't play Edge, so I'm sure there was a bug there. And then gameplay changes, such as the switch stick and the defensive packaging glitch. This, by the way, is the first major update of the game, and as you can see, it pretty much covers virtually nothing. But, that's the, the breakdown, yada, yada, yada. I can briefly summarize all of this words, the Dynasty design philosophy. Basically, what EA was saying is that in CFP 25, players got to level 50, which was the max level, pretty much instantly, and they didn't like that. So then in CFP 27 or 26, they added 50 extra levels to the game, but it wasn't 50 levels worth of XP. So how they, again, in the thing, if I just like scroll down, you can find it somewhere, but it's like right here. How they designed CFP 26 is that they added 50 extra levels, but it wasn't 50 levels of XP. So to get to level 75 in CFP 26, it's the same thing as getting to level 50 in 25. So then from getting to level 76 last year to 100 was all extra. This year, they really wanted people to not reach max level. Again, they try to say they did it for the health of the game. They said that they tried to did it for the Dynasty blueprint. They don't want to cheese blueprints, and they put a lot of bullshit in this article. The main reason's money, right? They wanted to give you an excuse to spend money. Because if they make it so ungodly grindy to get max level, people would just spend money. So I don't know if this article was typed by a lawyer or if this article was typed by, a big wig, an executive. I don't know. But they literally had so many excuses for why they did what they did. The answer is money. They made the base game terrible to play to incentivize you to spend money. But they can't come out and say that because they'll look bad. But that's kind of what happened. So then if you scroll to the actual important part, this is the reason why they're basically calling you retarded to your face. They're actually throwing insults at your face. Coming Thursday, we are getting 3 brand new renamed, because of course they're going to be renamed, XP sliders. You got career, you got simulation, and you got casual. Career simulation, authentic long-term coach progression, the regular coach progression that's currently in the game. This is the equivalent to previous, basically, if you want to never reach level 100, just use career. That's the answer. I'm like 20-something seasons deep in this dynasty. I'm level 76. So if you want to never reach level 100, let alone level 75 or 60, use career, which is the new terminology you're going to have to use for the worst XP settings. There is no longer slow, slowest, slower, normal, faster, fastest. They dropped that vernacular to try and save face because the marketing department realized how much of a shit show this game has become. So they're trying to, again, save face. Then you have the newest, or the next one, which is simulation. What makes this setting simulation and the previous one career? Absolutely nothing. These were just arbitrary words that EA used to rebrand the XP sliders because, again, it was kind of a shit show. So with simulation, it's a balanced coach progression at 1.25 times the XP. This is the best for players who want a realistic pace while still progressing. Again, what does any of that have to do with simulation? Nothing. You're just getting a 0.25% faster, which is nothing to do with simulation. It's you're getting, keyword here, a 0.25% faster. Beastly, what does that mean? 25% faster. As you guys can see, when I win a playoff game, I'm getting about 14,000 XP. If you do a 25% multiplier, that means my 14,000 XP will go to like what? A quarter of 12 is 3, so it'd be slightly over 3. So I'd be getting like probably 17.7 or like, I'll just round up, like 18,000 XP. Is there a big difference between 14,000 XP per win versus 18,000 XP? Not really. because to go up one fucking level, I need like 100,000 XP. So that's going to do diddly dick. Then we have the quote unquote fastest one, which is the casual mode. They use the word casual as a slur, right? Normally, when you're talking sports, you call someone a casual as more of a derogatory phrase, which to me is very fitting considering EA thinks their audience is stupid. And with this casually difficulty, what makes it casual? Absolutely nothing. But with this casual setting, you get a 1.5 XP multiplier. This is the equivalent of the faster setting from CFP 26 and 25. However, we will not be getting fastest. Fastest is now extinct. It's been extinct. Fastest will never exist. Now you have career, simulation, and casual. Again, what do any of those three words have anything to do with the settings? Nothing. It's just they're rebranding the slider because the previous one was such a traumatic shit show and so bad PR that they have to rebrand them. Otherwise, it's tainting the image. So I'm still going to refer to these as slow, slower, and slowest, and like I did for my YouTube video, because until you give me the fastest setting back, I'm going to refer to it as the slowest setting because you're still objectively fucking me. Now that you've removed the microtransactions from the game, there is 0.0 logical reasons for why we can't have our old coach settings. Again, before you can make the excuse, we have to fuck with the settings because we want them to spend money. Well, now they can't spend money. So there's literally nothing stopping them from giving us the old settings back that they're not giving us. The Dynasty recruiting overhaul. Massive quotations around the word overhaul. Basically, from what they've said, this is a two-part upgrade or a two-part update in which this first update is going to tackle how teams spend their money. And from what the developers have said, you can read it on screen on your right here. But from what the developers have said, it's not that the AI isn't recruiting players. It's that they're spending too much money, and because they're running out of money, they stop going after players. So this is going to be a two-part update. This first part will be helping to manage the system properly, so teams won't just drop 500 NIL on a random 3-star, because of course it does. And so with proper budgeting, they're going to see if that'll fix the recruiting stuff. If that doesn't fix the recruiting stuff, there will be a part 2 to this update that will then go in and fix the algorithm. So they didn't even guarantee they're going to fix the problem. They're just hoping that the part 1 of their 2-part update will do something, which is very funny that the thing they promised that they will fix, they might not fix. So it's like, okay, Beastly, as you can see, I've scrolled down half this page. They're not giving us the XP settings we're supposed to have, which again, the metaphor I make is that they went from punching us in the face to then slapping us in the face. Is it better to be slapped in the face than punched? Yes, but I'm still getting assaulted either way. Like, we're still getting, charged with battery, and if they were my spouse, it'd be domestic abuse. So we get fucked in the XP department, and now there's not even a guarantee they're going to fix the recruiting shit, which is super funny. Another thing, and I'm going to go ahead and blow this up to where it's super big, just so you guys can see it, because this shit made me laugh out of my fucking chair. Where is it? I scrolled past it. So here you go. So this is the part that made me laugh out loud, literally, and lean back in my chair. This is, by the way, a secret thing they put in here. They didn't advertise this whatsoever. It's just something they slipped in the patch, hoping nobody would notice. But as you guys can see, adjust off-season player progression to increase across the board. Dev note, this will result in more players being 90 overall or higher as you get deeper into your dynasties. Dev insight, we will have a second update that will come in a future title update that further adjusts this to further improve recruiting generation and player progression. AKA, your boy was right. I can't tell you the amount of people that told me I was tweaking about the player XP. The amount of comments I got on my video telling me I was tweaking that no, Beastly, they only nerfed the coach XP. They didn't touch the player XP. I'm like, bullshit. As someone who spends 99% of my time in the menus, I know what they look like. I know how many tokens my elite dev players used to get versus what they're getting now. I know what my star dev players used to get versus what they're getting now. For a fact, I can tell you we were getting less XP. And sure as shit, without ever telling anybody, they just slipped this in there. They're like, oh yeah, by the way, we're slightly reducing the XP problem. So again, just like the recruiting update, it's going to be a 2-part update. This is also going to be a 2-part update. I'm assuming what they probably did, again, I haven't like whipped out my calculator and done the math, but what I'm assuming they did was they basically were irritated at people like me that understood the system so well that I could abuse it. And they wanted to fuck me and people like me to where we didn't have 99 overall squads with 99 overall players at every spot. And so they reduced it by like 30, maybe 40%. The problem is they reduced the amount of XP your player gets by so much that now you're having a full squad of people in the mid 80s, which I'm sorry is boring. Like, this is just basic proportions. It's basic economics. If you're mad that everyone's a 99 and you shrink it to where everyone's an 85, all you're doing is you're making, you know, the 80 overall player the new 90. Like, you can bring the numbers down, but an 85 overall will still dominate the league because that's the best player proportionally now that used to be a 99. So I believe what they did was nerf it by about 30 or 40%. And so this update will probably reduce that by about 20% if I had to guess. And they're going to see if people like it at 20%. And if people still don't like it, the next update, they'll probably completely reduce the, you know, rip it, get it back to what we used to have, more or less. And so this shit cracked me the fuck up. That all the people who told me I was delusional, that it's just coach XP they fucked with, not player XP, absolutely cracked me the fuck up. So, no, they fucked with the coach XP, and we're not getting the coach XP back. And yes, they fucked with the player XP, and they may or may not give that back, depending on what we think. So, awesome. And then the rest of this is Road to Glory bullshit, where I'm not reading this. More or less, the developers for the Road to Glory portion of the update were saying that they designed Road to Glory to be peak form, and if you alter it, it's your own problem. So, skill issue. But either way, it made me laugh because, again, you can call me crazy, you can call me a lot of things, but the one thing you can't call me is a liar. That's what I'm not. I'm not a liar. And it cracks me the fuck up that I was able to call out so much of this bullshit, and now they're like, yeah, we might fix it, we might not. I don't know. If we're feeling cute and quirky, we might do it. I mean, just to give you a small example, back in the day of like a month ago when I was playing CFB 26, I was literally getting 200 plus tokens a year. Now, the most tokens I've ever seen a player have in 1 year was like 102. And by the way, I have all the shit, right? I have Motivator, right? I have Motivator, I have Talent Developer, and I even bought the stupid blueprint shit for the extra 20% right here. And I have A+ facilities, which is another 20%. Like, I have literally everything. Oh, wrong button. I have literally everything in the game. Oh, I can't show you? Okay, well, you can see it. It's an A+. I don't have to, you know, you see it's an A+. I literally have everything in the game except for Architects, and I'm barely getting 100 tokens on Elite Dev players. Barely. On, like, Star Dev players, I'm getting, like, 60. On Impact Dev players, I'm getting, like, 35. And on normal Dev players, I'm getting, like, 15. So, they can, you know, bullshit all they want. I know how this game works. I've played it more than they've probably spent time developing it. And so, the fact they were like, oh, yeah, we kind of fucked with your coach XP and your player XP. Don't get mad. Don't get jelly. But we're going to maybe fix it. Keyword is maybe. We might fix the recruiting. We might fix the player development. If we're feeling spicy, we might actually do our jobs. You know, the ones where we're getting paid between 40 and 60, you know, thousand a year dollars in cushy jobs. We might fix those. The rest of the glitches, exploits, fuck it. But we might fix those two problems, which is just crazy. Fucking crazy. Either way, ranting aside, what were you guys saying the entire time I couldn't read chat? Wesley, the update, yes, is the update you're getting Thursday. Ryan, what are those settings? I will show you the settings after I'm done with the season, Ryan. JFB, I'm still playing 26 until they fix the crap in 27. Oh, you might be waiting a long time, brother. Or just like the entire year, because as you can see, the very first update we're getting is 2 maybe fixes and 1 guaranteed fix. So, there you go. Carver, player progression's hot garbage, you dang tweaker. I know, right? Like, it's like the fucking... it's like they think I'm a schizophrenic, dude. There's voices in the wall. There are voices in my left earlobe. Like no, it's like, what are we doing, guys? What the fuck are we doing? Tracer. They decreased it at least 20% to make up for the support staff. You're right, though. It's probably 35. See, that's what I was thinking, Tracer. Is like, obviously, I've not, like, whipped out the fucking calculator. You know, I've not, you know, done the math. It's just pure gut and guessing. My guess would be 40%. And if you get the 20% from the other thing and the 20% from the facility, 20 and 20 is 40. So that negative 40 would offset with your plus 40, which would result in like a net gain of 0. But even then, that can't be true, because if it was a net gain of 0, I would still be getting like 200 tokens a year, and I'm not. So the XP penalty might be like 85, 90%. And then when you have the facilities, it reduces it to about 40 or 50%, which would explain why I'm getting about 100 tokens with Elite Devs when I used to get about 200. So again, I've not done the precise math, but I would be saying that's what it feels like, is that they took an 80 or 90% deficit, and if you have everything in the game, it'll lower that deficit to about 40%, which again is about what I'm getting. So it's close enough. Bergwell, we enjoyed the rant. Hell yeah, that's why you subscribe to the YouTube channels. You get the awesome videos and the even better live streams. Obviously, I'm a smidge biased because I am talking about myself in, you know, third person here, but I think the live streams are actually more entertaining than the YouTube videos, but what do I know? Tracer, idiots didn't begin to think maybe over 10 years with a huge XP nerf, teams are all going to be shit. It's, I mean... The funny thing, Tracer, is that they did change how much it, or not how much, they did change what overalls get drafted now. And again, I might be reading way too much into this. I don't know. We're going to have to see Thursday. But if the developers give us the player progression XP that we're supposed to have, the one they didn't, you know, the CFB 26 model, basically, and they don't change what overall is required for players to get drafted, that update will break the game. Like, you'll literally see teams lose like 50 guys to the draft. Because you got to remember, all it requires now to get drafted is like an 80 to 85 overall player. So as long as they're a true junior or a redshirt sophomore and they're over an 80 overall, they can be drafted. And with this new update, we're going to be earning more XP with our players, which means our players are going to develop faster, which means they will be getting sent into orbit or the draft super quick now. So I'm really hoping these fucking idiots, these Neanderthals, these fucking cave people, I really hope that they change what overalls get drafted, because I think how they had it last year was perfect. I think it's top 100 players. It's not. You can literally Dooley, there's more players that'll get drafted in the game than there are draft spots in the NFL draft. You can have literally hundreds of players get drafted when there's only like what 255 or like 256 in real life. So it's just, last year was perfect. Like last year the draft was perfect. If your player reached 88 overall, they could be drafted, and if you bought the perk, you could increase it, or I guess depending on how you look at it, decrease it to 90 overall, which was super easy to work with. In this game, once when they reach the age of drafting and they're over an 80, you're fucked. So I'm really hoping that We're getting the XP we're supposed to be getting, and they just fix when players get drafted, because I can assure you, I shouldn't be losing like 12 receivers to the draft every other year. I get my starters, like that's the other thing too. If they were all my starters leaving, whatever. They're starters, cool. I'm losing backups. Like, I'm losing players on my team that have never touched the field.
This is a college football playoff.
I'm losing my first, second, and third string left end. I'm losing my first, second, third string quarterback. I'm losing my entire team. Because I'm recruiting 5-stars, so they're typically around an 80 overall when they get in here. Like high 70s, low 80s off rip. Then I try to keep them as low an overall as I can with manual progression. But like, my guy is going to go up 2 or 3 overall every year. Then he becomes a redshirt sophomore or a true junior. He's an 85, 84, 86. And he's like, you know what? I want to go be a 7th round draft pick. Bye-bye. I want to go be a 6th round draft pick. It's like, no, you don't. You're an elite dev prospect. Just come back one more year. You will be an automatic 1st round pick. But it's like, no. I want to be a 7th round pick. Which makes no sense. Also, our offense is... There we go. We're scoring. Riveting game. 10-10. We go up 7. You are joking. Our defense choked. We better have won in overtime. Oh my god, we lost in fucking overtime. Dude, this game is so ass. Oh, this game is so ass. That's insane. That's insane. That's wild. Even with the new settings I'm doing, they still did that. That's fucking insane. So, if you go back and rewind the stream, you'll see it. So they were down 10 points with like 3 minutes left, give or take 3-ish minutes. The CPU drove down the field, scored. We were then up 3 points. Even with my increased aggressiveness, my CPU team still ran the ball 3 times, gained nothing on 3 running plays, punted the other team the ball back, and because we were in the red zone, or our red zone, it was like a 30-yard punt. The other team got the ball back at midfield and then kicked their field goal, and we went to overtime. My team just choked a 10-point lead in the final 2 minutes of the game. That's crazy. Yeah, even with an increase to my offensive aggressiveness, they're still not playing aggressive enough. That's wild. Yeah, if my offense would have gotten maybe 1 first down or 2 first downs, we would have won that game. But nope, the CPU was like, we're winning by 3 points. We'll just run the ball 3 times, gain nothing 3 times, and, punt nowhere. So that's fun. Now we're going to menu sim. And would you look at that? We won the menu sim. That's crazy. It's almost like that happens way too often. Huh. Funny. Funny how that works. What was the score? The last one was 32-30. And when we menu sim the game, the final score was 35-10. Oh, and by the way, yeah, it's just, this game is... I love it. I love this game. Actually, very quickly, I didn't check. Did we throw the ball a lot? I'm assuming we didn't because we were blowing them out of the water. I mean, we scored 14 points in the 4th quarter. We scored more points. Oh my god, look at that. 26 carries for 50 yards, 3 touchdowns. I'm assuming we won that because of our defense. Yeah. We had 3 interceptions in menu sim, but not in fast sim. That makes sense. We had 1 kick return? Nuts. Fucking nuts. Maverick Epic Rant? Hell yeah, Maverick. Michael, well, if they lose all those players, then the portal will become critical to keeping rosters afloat. Well, that's the funny thing, Michael, is that you're losing a lot of these players to the draft, but you can only bring in 35. So if you lose like 50 players to the draft and you're only bringing in 35, you're still losing 15 spots. Now 50 is like an extreme example, but you get the picture, right? It's bad. So I'm going to try this again, but if I see the CPU do something stupid, like blow a 10-point lead in under 5 minutes, I'll just menu sim and take my loss in menu sim, because at least menu sim is a lot more consistent than fucking fast sim.
This is a college football playoff semifinal at the Sugar Bowl. It's the Coastal Carolina Chanticleers against the Miami Hurricanes.
Maverick, what's the limit on token hoarding now? The limit's still the exact same. It's 255, but you'll never hit the limit. Maverick, you can't hit the limit because you have to spend them the exact same week you earn them. So the most tokens I've ever earned in a singular week so far has been 110 tokens.
Nobody expected them to be here. As one of the lower seeded teams, they have had to fight, scratch, and claw every step of the way. And Coach said, I believe our...
Yeah, it's ass, Nas. It's ass. So ass. It's and what's funny is, like, if they were normal dev players or impact dev players, I wouldn't care. Because typically how it works is if you're an impact dev or a normal dev player, you're kind of a backup or a spot starter. But the star devs and the elite devs are supposed to be those first and second round pick players, right? That's why they're star and elite dev. They're supposed to be the cream of the crop. But with EA's current logic, it's like, nope, I might be a top 50 player in the nation, but I want to go be a 7th round pick. It's like, what the fuck? Well, we scored instantly, and we scored again instantly. Miami kicked back with 3. Kicked back with, okay, they went tit for tat. Up 7. Up 14. We did the very fun run the ball 3 times, and okay, now we're scoring at will. Okay. Literally, chat, I don't want to be that person, but we beat the fuck out of Miami, and we beat the fuck out of Texas the week prior, and we quote-unquote struggled with Tennessee. But, like, we really didn't struggle versus Tennessee. We just ran the ball too much and god-awful clock management. And so this is much, much, much improved sim results. I mean, we scored 28 points in the 4th quarter. Like, my quarterback threw for 300 yards, 4 touchdowns, no picks. We still had a lot of rushing yards, but again, rushing yards are kind of hard to gauge when you're winning by, 30 points. Because when you're winning by, like, the problem with the CPU is that the CPU, and again, I could be wrong, but this is from my experience, the CPU cannot differentiate between a 3-point lead and a 30-point lead. Like, if the computer is winning, the computer will not throw the ball. Which leads to these really fugly games where, like, you're in a hell game with someone that you really should be blowing out of the water, but the computer's like, no, we have to run the ball 65 times. Like, no, we don't. Like, objectively, no, we don't. Just throw the ball. I don't need to have more rushing attempts than I do passing attempts. That's stupid. Well, here's the final game versus 12-2 LSU versus 13-2. That's right, chat. Don't let your eyes deceive you. We have 2 losses this year. We have 2 fucking losses. But Beasley, you've been like blowing teams out of the water. I know. I will show you the funny stats. Oh, by the way, chat, I might have forgot to mention to you. I have 2 99 overall players now. I think I forgot to mention that. Yeah, this is my first year of having multiple 99 overalls. Pat Combs over here. 4-star wide receiver, 99 overall. Pretty good. Or, that's my tackle, excuse me. And then the receiver is Ronald Kubila, 5-star wide receiver. Looking pretty juicy, pretty schmexy, one could say. So yeah, first time I've had 2 99 overall players. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Let's see if we can take it home versus LSU. JFB, ironically, I'm doing Coastal Carolina Rebuild in 26. That school is my brother's alma mater. Well, hell yeah.
Welcome to the
JFB,
National
hell yeah.
Championship game at the Caesars Superdome in New Orleans. It's the
Schnoz. Yeah, the CPU doesn't do kick and punt returns much, I've noticed. Literally, can't read. Literally, I checked the punt return stats, and there were 0 punt returns the entire league, other than games I played. Yeah, it's something's. I mean, clearly something's going awry here, but it's going awry at such proportions that it's so bad. Mavericks, you have to upgrade your players each week during the season. Yeesh, no. How it works, Maverick, is from the start of the week in week 0 to the off-season training. You can spend your tokens whenever you want between those, you know, that cluster of like, what, 18 weeks, 19 weeks? But then once when you get to the training, the off-season training week, you have to spend your tokens that week, or auto spends for you. Wow, chat, look, we are just killing LSU. 28-0. 35-0. 42-0. 49-0. 52-0. Will LSU score a point? Nope. Well, that was a bloodbath. So we dropped 50-plus points 3 of the 4 playoff games. Yeah, that is my new biggest blowout. 62-0. 62-0. What a blowout. That is a hell of a blowout. Defense go Burr. Yeah, that's a painful walk, man. You guys got your ass beat by 62 points in a game in which defense is virtually impossible in Sim. That's nuts. Let's check the stats, shall we? Why not? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Chat. Chat. Look at... They threw the ball 18 times. I'm not shitting you. They threw the ball 18 times. The LSU team I just beat by 60 points had 18 pass attempts and completed 10 of them. This is not a playoff game. The national championship game. The backup quarterback threw 2 interceptions. The backup quarterback threw more passes to me than his own team. That's because they might have 18 passing attempts, but they have like 5 million rushing attempts. Now, obviously, we got to go subtract sacks because sacks count as, you know, negative rushing attempts. So we'll do that in a moment. But They had 18 passing attempts and a lot of rushing attempts. How many sacks? Their leading receiver had 34 yards. Oh, Beastly. Beastly, they have 1 million rushing attempts because you got like 30,000 sacks. I got 3 sacks, dog. I got 3 sacks. So, they had, I think, 20 quarterback rushing attempts. Just subtract 3 of them. They had 17 QB keepers. No shit, I'm going to beat the computer when they have more QB keepers than they have passing attempts. What are we doing? Like, actually, what are we doing? Look at my team stats. My quarterback was 30 for 40, 75% completion percentage, 350 yards. Count it, 2 touchdowns. Rushing, we had 15 carries for 53 yards, then 14 carries for 122 yards. My third string running back even got in here. Again, these are a bit skewed because we were blowing the computer out, and because we were blowing the CPU out, we were then running the ball excessively. But even my pocket passing QB with like 70 speed got on the action. 4 for 41. Like, we had, what, 6? Yeah, we had 6 rushing touchdowns on LSU. Receiving, my number 1 receiver, Ronald Kugbila, 8 receptions, 123 yards, a touchdown. Pretty good day, though, collectively. And defensively, again, we have 3 sacks, so it's not like we had like 1,000 sacks. Interceptions, we had 2 interceptions and 3 sacks. This was a national championship game in which I just beat my opponent 62-0. What a game. Chat, I think we're back. Chat, I think we're back, chat. EA can cuck me all they want. I think we're back, chat. I think we're back. Andy, I feel like there are way less 4 stars in this game. I'm not going crazy, right? There's a lot of 4 stars in the recruiting stage, Andy. They're just not getting onto rosters, and the 4 stars that are making it onto rosters are either instantly entering the draft as redshirt sophomores or true juniors, and they're not getting time to properly develop, or they're entering the transfer portal and they're not going onto a new team and they just despawn into the ether. So they're still spawning a lot of 4 stars. They're just having a hard time staying and getting onto rosters. Yeah, Shanaz, sorry about that. I didn't expect to bend your Tigers over like that, but that was rough. Very rough. So, I do humbly apologize to every LSU Tiger fan out there, but it had to get done. It had to get done. Could we really say it's a Beastly Gaming rebuild if I don't drop 70 points in the Natty? Okay, chat, now it's time that we cover my season. And we cover who we won and who we lost to. So as you guys can see, we beat the Delaware Blue Hens 59-7. Then we beat Georgia Southern 56-0. Then we beat Liberty 40-14, and then beat Arkansas State 55-3. Well, Beastly, of course you're going to win by a bajillion points. You're playing nobodies. I hear you speaking to your head in third person. Well, then we played at Alabama and beat their ass 34-6. We played South Carolina 65-17. We played Kentucky, blew their backs out in week 8, 47-3. And then we barely survived in week 9 versus Arkansas. Like, literally look at these games. Blowout, 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 and then barely survived Arkansas. Then we go back to our weekly blowouts of just blowing out App State, our rivals. And then we lost to Texas A&M. As you can see by the final score, 17-10 was the final score. It's like, okay, we literally blew everybody out of the water but Arkansas and A&M. Then we had the bye week, in which we then lost again to Ole Miss. And I'm sure you guys are like starting, or if you haven't noticed the pattern going on here, but we were blowing everybody out by almost 30 to 50 points, except for Arkansas, except for A&M, and except for Ole Miss. Now, if you look at these teams, right, Ole Miss went 9-4. Ole Miss didn't have a great year. A&M went 8-5. They didn't have a great year. Arkansas also went 8-5. They didn't have a good year. What's the correlation? They all have the exact same playbooks. I'll cover that in a moment. But they have the exact same playbooks. So we basically played the same playbook 3 times, and I beat them 1 of the 3 times. Then we played Missouri, which didn't have the same playbook, in which, as you guys can see, we blew them the fuck out. Then we missed the conference championship because we had 2 losses, in which you guys saw we played Texas, blew them out. We played Tennessee, blew them out in menu sim, not in-game sim. We lost the in-game sim because the CPU refused to throw the ball in fast sim. But when we menu simmed, they remembered, hey, I have like really good receivers. I should probably throw the football more than 15 times. And look, we won. Crazy how that works. And then we blew out Miami, and then LSU wasn't even close. So you may be wondering, Beastly, what do you mean Ole Miss, Arkansas, and A&M have the same playbooks? All 3 of these teams were so far simmed into the future. All 3 of these teams have the same coaching staff as, like, people. So they have the same playbooks, which cracked me up. I was like, how did we lose and or struggle with these 3 dog shit teams? And furthermore, not just offensively do they have the same 3 playbooks, but defensively they all run the exact same defense. And so obviously I'm going to have to do this more than 1 time to be sure, right? Obviously, you know, you can't just test anything 1 time. You got to test it multiple times. But here is my current coach settings. Actually, before I show you guys the coach settings, do we have any predictions for what playbook offensively I'm using, what playbook defensively I'm using, and what aggressiveness settings I'm on? Do we have any bold predictions in chat? Schnoz, it was a necessary sacrifice? Yes, it was. They had to be sacrificed at the altar of Beastly Gaming. What do you guys think is the $1 million? Actually, before I even pull up that, here's our stats for the year. My quarterback threw for 5,000 yards, 38 TDs, 2 picks. My leading running back had 2,000 yards rushing, 30 touchdowns. I believe he also won Heisman too. My backup running back had 500 yards, 13 touchdowns. My third string running back had 300 yards, 5 touchdowns. Receiving, I had 2 receivers crack both 14 and 1,200 yards receiving, basically 10 touchdowns each. My wide receiver 3 basically cracked 1,000 yards as well, 5 touchdowns there. Hell, my wide receiver 4 even has some yards there. My tight end kind of was on the struggle bus a wee bit. And then defensively, we had 3 people almost crank out 20 plus sacks, which is insane. And then interception wise, my number 1 corner has 6 interceptions. Just absolutely insane defense, an insane offense, insane stats. But obviously, all of those are just beastly. All of those are just numbers on a screen. I want to see what it... We had the #1 points per game in the league. Now, mind you, the rest of these stats are going to be a bit skewed because we played playoff games that some teams didn't get. So, like, example, I had almost 150 more total points scored than Boise, but I made the playoffs. I believe Boise was one and done. So these stats are a bit skewed. Same thing with offensive yards. It's a bit skewed. But what isn't skewed is points per game because, again, this averages all of my stats. So I had the #1 offense in terms of points per game by a pretty wide margin, by about almost a touchdown favorite. And then defensively, as you guys can see, defensively, I allowed 11 points per game. Yeah, that was a pretty good defense. Not my all-time best. My all-time best was 8 points per game. Actually, is it 8 or 6.5? I think it might be 6.5. I think the Rice rebuild, I had a 6.5 defense, but either way, 11 points per defense or 11 points per game on offense. As you guys can see, the playbooks was kind of on the screen right there. Not exactly, but they were. Ooh, why is this guy a tactician? Ew. Ew, I'm gonna fire him next year. I want all of his points to go into motivator and architect. Or motivator and recruiter. Ew. Gross. Schnaz, you actually got the defense wrong. It's not the base 425. So the playbooks we just did to have that insane year was the Tennessee veer and shoot and the 425 zone pressure. But the only difference I've changed is this. As you guys can see, I went back to my OG settings with 75% offense and 100% defense. And again, as you saw, at 75 aggressiveness, my offense was still electing to run the ball 3 times and punt and do nothing aggressive whatsoever. So, I was curious on... I've been testing these playbooks, but I've been testing these playbooks with very vanilla and generic aggressiveness. So this year, I was like, I'm going to go back to the OG settings to see if it still works. And, yeah, aside from 2 games in which I played literal copies of my own team, A&M and Ole Miss, the 2 teams I lost to in the regular season, had my exact same playbooks. So the only playbooks that beat me all year were my own playbooks. Every team that didn't run the Tennessee offense and that didn't run the 4-2-5, I blew them out the water. But the 3 teams that had my exact same playbooks kept it really close. Which is funny. That the only playbook that I could lose to was my own playbook. Do those only affect Sim, Ken? No, they affect a lot of stuff. They affect a lot of stuff. I am also going to try to re-sign my players back. Now, we did find out these last couple streams that I can re-sign them back, but if they get drafted, it doesn't do anything. They just leave. So I'm going to attempt to re-sign my players back, but more than likely, almost, if not all of these gentlemen are going to get drafted, and there's nothing I can do to stop that. If they get drafted, they get drafted. There's nothing, again, I could do. Right? I can give them money. I can give them enough money to make them happy, but it won't do anything because they're just going to be like a 5th-round draft pick or, you know, a 2nd-round draft pick, a 1st-round draft pick. So I'll give them a chance. I will attempt to re-sign them, but all of it means virtually nothing. Great. Wait. Why the fuck does this is the exact shit I'm referring to right here? Why the fuck does this guy want? So, like, a lot of people were leaving comments in my previous video that the only players that want more money than what they're asking for are guys that aren't happy with the deal breaker. As you can clearly see, this guy wants $60. I'm offering him $75, and I have what he wants, which is an A+ brand exposure. I literally have his deal breaker, and he's like, no. So, for all the people who leave that comment over and over and over again, I can promise you it's not a deal breaker thing. Sometimes they just choose to just say fuck you. Same thing with this running back. This running back's asking for $40. I'm giving him $60. He wants conference prestige. We have conference prestige. He's still electing to tell me to go fuck myself. So, that's fun. Love that. Like, genuinely, I'm not even trolling. I would much rather EA change the game or change the system to properly reflect what they want versus just willy-nilly be like, yeah, figure it out. It's like, if my player wants 300, I will give him 300. But why tell me the player wants 300, but he's not happy with 300? Like, honestly, I'm down to bring this QB back for one more year. But, like, I don't know if he's coming back. He might just... oh. Now he's coming back, but... Increase the monies by 10. That didn't do anything. Increase the monies by 10 more. Increase the money by 10 more. I will keep increasing money till I get my players back. Just to have me then get cucked the very next week with the, you know, them getting drafted, but... Bro, this guy wants fucking 265. I'm offering him 315. For an O lineman, this is preposterous money. Actually, for all of these guys, this is preposterous money. Dude, this is insane. Can we please just... resign? Oh my goodness. Baby, come back. You can blame it all on me, please. Oh. Fuck it, just give you 400. Just screw it. You're... Just do it. Okay. So we officially have everybody re-signed, finally. Now begins the fun part. We get to see who's actually leaving and who's not. Now, I could buy this to reduce first rounders. I'm going to see if the second rounders even do anything first, because last year, tier 2 and tier 3 didn't do anything. So I won't, you know, buy this year if it doesn't do anything. But I definitely have ideas for new coach builds. I can't wait to try Thursday when we actually have the new coach XP implemented, but we'll see. We'll see. Now we're going to advance and see who gets drafted and who does not. My boy William was fucking with a stingray. Yo, you gotta be careful, man. That shit, dude. The stingrays are ops, man. The Stingrays took Steve Irwin out the game. Fuck. Damn, I gave away all that money, and like 3 dudes came back. 1 dude came back. 2 dudes came back. Dude, see, this is the shit that pisses me off. Like, the perk didn't do anything. I got all these second round picks that didn't get affected by the perk, and I gave them money. What's the point of me giving them money and buying the perk if neither are gonna work? Well, I tried. Well, I tried, chat. Literally, I'm using everything in my power to play the game how the game's meant to be played, and the game's like, no. You will not do that. You will get screwed. Raheem, we're about to start our dynasty, and our cap is 3 stars. Should I go choir top pipelines or NIL? Pipelines. If I were you, I would choose the 3-star that has the best pipelines. Pipelines are still king. If anyone tells you otherwise, they're idiots. Now, I don't want to, sway you one way or another, Raheem. But I think objectively, of all the 3 stars in the game, I think my Gators probably have the best pipelines. Because just like how EA didn't update Indiana's pipelines, even though they were somehow a 4-star program, my Gators still have their pipelines, and they're a 3-star. So I don't think EA actually changed anything about the game. They just gave some teams an arbitrary up and down, which is it. My Gators have all of Florida, obviously, with 2 tier 5s. They have Alabama, which is a tier 3, along with Metro Atlanta, which is a tier 3. And all they're missing is North Texas. So if you take over the Gators, just pick North Texas for your pipeline, and you'll have all of Florida, all of Alabama, all of Georgia, and the 2 most important spots in Texas, along with Louisiana. So it's probably, of all the 3 stars, the best one. If it's not them, it could be Auburn. Last year, Auburn was pretty stupid, but I don't know. Yeah, actually, I lied. Auburn's is better. Yeah, actually, I lied straight to your face. That was straight misinformation. Yeah, Auburn's much better. Auburn, you get the same. Obviously, they're a little worse than Florida's because you get worse Florida pipelines, but you get North Texas. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to be too harsh on myself. I think they're about the same. I think Auburn and Florida are about the same. If you pick Florida, pick your pipeline as North Texas. If you're Auburn, pick the pipeline of East Texas. But I guess they're about the same. They have the same number of 5s, 4s, and 3s. So they're fine. Is North Carolina worth it? And we got a cap of NIL of 6510. Well, I have no idea what each team's NIL is, Raheem. So but North Carolina's pipelines. I wouldn't advise North Carolina. North Carolina has 0 Texas pipelines, 0 California pipelines, and only 1 Florida pipeline. So I generally wouldn't advise you picking NC, because even your other states, like your Bama sucks, your Georgia sucks. You get a tier 5 Tidewater, which is okay, and a tier 5 North Carolina, which is okay. Those aren't the best pipelines to be tier 5, so if you could avoid North Carolina, I would not go after them. Their pipelines are kind of quap. Yeah, I don't know what the limit would be. If you want to see them on screen, there you go. I don't know what like each school's pipeline limit or money limit is, so if you're doing it based off money, then you're going to have to come up with the school and do that, because I have no idea. This guy's hard sell's ass. Also, I'm not sponsored by that website. I just really like the website. It's a very useful website that has a lot of tools on it that helps you play the game, so. Not sponsored, just I do like the website. Chat, I got 4th. Oh, I forgot to show you guys. Yeah, I lost my coordinator, by the way, chat. So, Garen Justice, I paid $13.50 for, and then I lost my DC, and we are officially far enough in the dynasties where elite recruiters no longer exist. I have simmed so far into the future that the only 3 coordinators that exist are regular recruiters, regular motivators, and regular tacticians. There are no more elite recruiters. There are no more master motivators. There are no more scheme gurus. There's no more architects. There's no more strategists, and there is no more talent developers. Literally the only this guy right here, Garen Justice, he is quite literally the only elite recruiter left in the game. I can't even sign head coaches to be coordinators, because I would happily spend like 1,500 points to just go pluck a head coach to be an OC or DC, but even the head coaches don't exist. Literally, this dude is the last elite recruiter in the game. So the moment I lose him, he's officially the last one. I have watched the talent developers go extinct. I've watched the architects and strategists go extinct, and now I can say that I've watched the scheme gurus, motivators, and now the recruiters go extinct. Which sucks, because it's a problem I was complaining about last year, and it still hasn't gotten fixed, and probably will never be fixed. EA has just the most dogshit spawn engine known to man, so. Should have gave these kids more money. I was a fool for not upping their paychecks. What was I doing? You guys were distracting me, chat. How dare you? You guys made me not pay attention to the 5 stars I was trying to steal. I am still a top 5 class, right? I could get jumped, but we'll see. Would Baylor be a good option? Ooh, I have no idea. Let me go check Baylor's shit. I would assume Baylor has probably all of Texas, which would be a massive W. But that's just assuming. I have no actual idea. Let me go check. I mean, Baylor's not bad. I would definitely say Baylor's better than North Carolina, for sure. But Baylor's worse than Auburn and Florida, so. Obviously, Baylor gets all of Texas, which is pretty cool. They also get a little bit in Florida and a little bit in Georgia. But the main problem you're going to have with Baylor is you're going to have to choose if you want Central Florida or if you want Metro Atlanta, Georgia as your 2 +1s. So if I were you, I would choose probably this over North Carolina, but this Baylor's issue, they don't have anything spread, so you're pretty much either fully committing to Texas or nowhere else, which is kind of scary. So man, having my chat freeze is so annoying. Berg boy, you're funny. Nah, he just has some. Most people don't know the pipelines or use the website, so for most people, that's the first time they see the actual pipelines on screen, so it's fine. LA Tech has decent pipelines. What the fuck is LA Tech? I'm assuming LA is an autocorrection. Los Angeles Tech is not a school in this game. What's LA Tech? In Texas Tech? Louisiana. Louisiana Tech. How big are they? Got that guard to come back. That's crazy. Got a couple seniors in here. Not too many, though. Hey, they're okay. They have obviously all of Texas with Arkansas, Mississippi, and Louisiana. Nothing in Florida, nothing in Bama, and both North and South Georgia. I think Louisiana Tech's probably a small star school, so for a small star school, they're not bad, but I would not take them for the 3 stars, no. Pretty not good. Pretty not good. It's funny because like chat's not loading properly, and so the moment I refreshed you guys, I got like 3 more Louisiana. It's like, you guys are funny. You guys are funny. We finished with a top 5 class. I spent $1,800 for 18 players and have the 3rd best class in the country. This game is awesome. Let's go peek the dev traits, shall we, boys? Elite dev, there's 1. Elite dev, there's 2. Impact dev, ouch. Impact dev, ouch. Elite dev, there's 3. Elite dev, there's 4. Impact dev, that's ouch. Impact, ouch. 5. 6. 7. Ouch. 8. 9. 10. Chat, over half of my class was Elite Dev. Love that. Love that shit. Love that shit, man. Not a bad class, for sure. Not a bad class. Love that. If my fucking QB came back, I'd do the funnies with you guys, but unfortunately, I can't really do the funnies with my QB now. Actually, can I do the funnies with my guard? Wait. No, there's no point. There's no point. My guards is pretty much maxed out. Yeah, there's no point. I will move him to left tackle, though. Got this edge right here. He's probably still playing edge. 15 likes, appreciate y'all. Ooh, actually, are you skill capped? You're kind of skill capped. I could do the funnies, but he's impact dev, though. It might make him worse. If he was elite dev or star dev, I'd be so down to fuck with him, but I'm afraid he actually gets worse. But then again, though, who cares? He's a senior. Let's go and slap him at fullback. And then move him back to wide receiver. His archetype might change. Ah, fuck, it did. I just thought of that. Chat, I got 35 senior wide receivers. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. Yeah, I made him worse. His overall is going to be higher in the long run, but objectively, I made him worse because his hands are terrible. I have 1,000 senior wide receivers, though. That's funny. You know what, actually? I'll move him at tight end. He's large enough to play tight end. He's 6'3". He's a bit skinny, but... he'll be a fine tight end. Oh, all my tight end... dude, I have so many seniors in this team. Holy shit. What an interesting room we have going on here. He's probably playing left guard. Yeah. Ooh, he's a 93 left guard? Hell yeah. Is that in CFP 26 or 27, JFB? Oh, whoops. Which game are you playing? Because depending on what game you're playing will change my answer. (26) Unless you upgrade his power moves, he'll just, I'm pretty sure, stay the same thing. But if you can change him, then yeah. If you can. Because an edge setter is just, it'll do dick, so. Where'd all my safeties go? Oh, no. Oh, no. Dude, I think some of those guys that got the backups I lost were safeties. I had legitimately, I'm not joking. You guys can go watch my last stream. I had like 7 safeties by the end of last night's stream. Now I have 2. Oh, no. Oh, I'm so fucked. I just lost my entire depth of safety. Well, that sucks. Nothing I can do now. They're gone, but... Yeah, you guys can go watch the save file back. I had legit like 7 or 8 safeties, and they were all Elite Ever Stardev. Now I have 2. I have 2 free safeties and 3 strong safeties. I'm assuming I probably moved this guy to wide receiver. Technically, he should probably play tight end for me. How many receivers do I have? Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have just the bare minimum to start a team next year. Oh, God. Nah, he has to play wide receiver. Wow, that's so frustrating, man. I just lost my entire safety room. Ouch. $16 likes, appreciate y'all. Oh, chat, I was supposed to stat cap break him. Fuck. I keep forgetting to break my skill caps. What's funny is I like write this shit down on a piece of paper saying, hey, break their skill caps. And I still forget to do that. Oh, that's not good. Well, he's a higher overall than my QB a while ago, but he's not. Oh, bitch. It'll auto upgrade that. Oh, man. He needs to get skill capped reset badly. Holy shit, he's bad. $17 likes, appreciate y'all. Damn, this guy's insane. I mean, this kid's gonna get, I mean, don't, you know, as you guys know, we gotta, the stream, we use funny words, but in the YouTube videos, we call it priming, but chat, I'm gonna be edging this guy like crazy. Look at this shit. 99 throw power, 93 speed, 99 elusiveness. Dude, this is crazy. If I do this right, this cat's gonna come in as like a senior or a junior with like 99 everything. Holy shit, those stats. Some of these cats got crazy potential if they stay. It's just the hard part is getting them to stay. That's rough. Oh, yeah, I was supposed to break you, too. He's fucked. How much money did I spend on your bitch ass? I spent 90 NIL. I might cut him off the team. He's so bad. He is so awful. Oh, speaking of which, chat, no, EA didn't say at any point. Maybe they'll do it secretly. We'll find out, but EA didn't elaborate on them changing the price points for speed and power, so this update might come in Thursday and fix absolutely nothing for speed and power, which will still make them unusable. So that's cool. Love that. Oh, he's gonna get drafted. He's an 88 overall. And he's a true junior. Oh, he's so gone. Ouch. So how have y'all been? What week are we on? We on Tuesday? Yeah, we on Tuesday. How have y'all been this week? I'm doing IQ last. Fuck. No. He's not a bad back. He's actually pretty good, but the issue is he's IQ missing, which is the most important one. More speed. More speed. Ow, my throat. Chat, I'm already fucking the CPU this hard with all the developer bullshit I'm dealing with. Can you wait until, like, the devs stop shackling me? What carnage I'm gonna cause? When I get, like, my full player XP back in the game? Oh, man. Kinda was hoping for 99 speed there, game, but oh well. Damn, his route running's that bad. Darn. I might have to cut a few wide receivers. Which is gonna suck, but... Space must be made. Ooh, he'll be pretty good. Yeah, this guy's gonna be a stud. '93 overall. That's cool. That's pretty cool. Yeah, he's a keeper, that's for sure. I don't know if I could do anything with you. I lied. Yo, what is going on with his... Oh, his overall is exploding. Oh my goodness. Do it. 99 overall receiver. That's nuts. Oh, this cat's nuts. Oh my goodness. 99 speed. 5'11", 222. Mid 90s for catching. High 90s for route running. 99 COD, juke move, spin move, break tackle, agility. Mid 90s for awareness. This kid's a dog. This kid's an actual dog. My third 99 overall I've ever made. Let's go. That kid's a fucking animal. Now we make future animals. You're a contested specialist. Which means we upgrade... Oh, no, we don't. Shit. I thought that was supposed to be the elusiveness guy, but I guess not. JK it is. Do we do IQ? I think we go speed, elusiveness, IQ for these guys. Yeah, chat, someone write that down. For the contested specialist wide receivers, you want speed, elusiveness, IQ. Those three attributes do nothing for the overall. So we just save hands and we save route running until they're, you know, whatever year we want them to go pro. Maybe power does something. I'll upgrade that next year to find out, but hands and route running for sure. You don't touch. I think you're also the same way. Yeah. Max speed, max elusiveness. And it hardly touches the overall. Now we could just dump IQ. Hopefully. That's not good. Your overall's not supposed to be going up that much. Please stop. So his overall's improving with every second or third upgrade. It's third upgrade. Yep. That's not bad, though. That is bad. That is scary. It's scary. But we're fine. Or I'll cope. One of the two. You a sophomore or a freshman? You're a freshman. Okay, wait. You're 5'7". Oh, you're a midget, dude. This guy needs a fucking booster seat just to drive in a car. Damn, he's short. Guy is the same size as Kevin Hart. Damn. Damn. I mean, he can catch the ball great, so won't complain with that, but ooh, here's an interesting question for you guys. Where do you guys rank Frank Gore on the all-time running back list? Because I was watching a YouTube short recently by different content creators where they were ranking Frank Gore since like the year 2000 or some shit. And that's it? Oh, I was expecting more than that. Damn. And I don't even know if Frank Gore's like top 50 all time, not gonna lie. Y'all know I love to hate me some Frank Gore. Damn, bro. This guy's only an 88. maxed route running and hands, almost maxed elusiveness and IQ with insane speed. I swear, EA always does tight ends so fucking dirty in this game. I swear. Well, can you achieve the 99, please? Holy shit, we got the a fourth 99 overall player. Let's go. Let's go. It took me a long time, but we're doing it, chat. We're making 99s again. Trump made America great again. I'm making 99s again. Can you, like, please stop going up in overall, please? Please stop. Fuck. Fuck. You're an 82 after your fucking first year? No. You're not supposed to be that high of an overall there, buddy. You're gonna leave and make me sad. Broski, if I had 17 more tokens, I could upgrade power and get this motherfucker to a 99 as well, but I don't have... I'm missing 17 tokens. Fuck. Lyle. For longevity's sake, Gore is definitely remarkable, but there wasn't anything in particular that made him special. I agree. I agree. I think Frank Gore gets glazed way too much for just not getting hurt. And, like, I understand he plays running back, which is the most injury-prone spot on the field. I get it. But, like, what did he actually accomplish on the field? And this shit cracked me up, Lyle. Because we've had this debate before on my stream. We're talking, like, probably a few months ago, if I remember. But it was a while ago. And Frank Gore's all-time peak was, like, 1,600 yards and, like, 9 touchdowns. Which is funny, because Todd Gurley did that, like, 4 different times his first 4 years in his career. Like, it's just wild to me. It's wild. Like, aside from him just playing a long time, like, he didn't do anything special. He was remarkably unremarkable. That's... And what's funny is, like, you know, we've gotten to the point, and, you know, we're in the big 2-6, 2026, that a lot of people have never watched him play football. And so they just look up his stats, and they're like, what do you mean he's not good? Look at his stats. And I'm like, well, yeah, he played 20 years. The dude would consistently get like 250 touches a year and get 1,000 yards pretty much every year for 20 years. Some years, you know, not so much due to injuries and whatnot, but you get the point. I agree. I agree. The most remarkable thing he did was ended at exactly 16,000 rushing yards. I agree. Yeah, Jones. We're bringing back up the Frank Gore conversation. I was watching a podcast on someone else's channel, and they were yapping about Frank Gore. And I'm like, yeah, no, he's not. He is not that good. He didn't really catch very well. He ran an okay amount. He's an okay player, but he's not top 50 all time, that's for sure. Like, I would be willing to bet I could probably name more running backs that played in the 80s that are all time. Like, again, I don't hate the guy, right? Just for full context, it's not like I have some vendetta against the dude and his child. And I have no hatred. It's just I'm an objective man, and objectively, he's not that good. Jim Brown, which is the one of the most iconic running backs of all time. He was the guy that played for the Browns in like the late 50s and early 60s. Jim Brown averaged more rushing yards and touchdowns across his 7-year career than Gore had his entire 20 years. Like, Jim Brown was getting like between like 15 and 1,800 yards a season. And back then, a season was like 9 games. It's not like Frank Gore's where it was, you know, between 15 and 16 games a year. Back then, there were literally 9 games. And I think Jim Brown also had a year where he had like 20 touchdowns, which is literally twice as much as Frank Gore ever peaked at. So, like, there are so many running backs that you could just pluck that would be ahead of him. And, like, that's not even including modern running backs like Derrick Henry. If someone tries to tell me that Frank Gore is better than Derrick Henry, I am just gonna ban you immediately. Like, let's not even bring in the modern running backs, like, because Christian McCaffrey destroys Frank Gore, Derrick Henry destroys Frank Gore, Saquon Barkley destroys Frank Gore. Like, it's almost like at this point, can you find a running back that Frank Gore's better than? And it's like, that's a little harder, which is sad, but obviously Emmitt Smith's better than Frank Gore, right? Emmitt Smith finished with more, you know, actual stats, so he's better. Very similar, though. Very similar players. Are you a pass protector? Oh, you are. Sweet. Yeah, chat. Pass protectors are the meta O linemen in this game again, sadly. I hate to be the bringer of bad news, but yeah, pass protectors are the move. Can anybody guess why pass protectors are the wave in this game? I love quizzing you guys. I love some beastly pop quizzes midstream, just to make sure you guys are on your toes. That way you're ready for whatever pop-up fly comes your way. I'd make a hell of a teacher. My students probably wouldn't like me very much, but I would make a hell of a teacher. Just random, just... Yo, Jeremiah, you paying attention? What'd I just say? The students would fucking hate me, but they'll learn. Oh, they'd fucking learn. Because EA loves being weird? I mean, yes, but that's not the exact reason. So pass protectors are the best O linemen in this game because strength and run blocking does virtually nothing to their overall. So as you will see, eventually, I will have him with 99 strength and 99 run blocking, and the dude's going to be like a 83, maybe an 84 overall. And then when I choose to get him drafted or when he has to start, just upgrade IQ and pass protecting, and then bam. Automatic 95 plus. Whereas if you compare that with someone like a raw strength lineman, raw strength, you can't touch IQ, power, run blocking, or pass blocking, which is 4 of the 6 upgrade buckets. So it's significantly harder to maintain everyone but pass protectors because pass protectors only require 2 stats, IQ and pass protecting. So if you want to prime or edge your players properly on the O-line, get you a pass protector. The other funny thing is, analytically, they block the exact same as everyone else, so there's almost no benefit in having anyone else. If he run blocks the exact same way as a run blocker, why would you get a run blocker when they're harder to maintain? They are significantly harder to maintain. They definitely like you because you get off track a bit as well. Yeah. That's the TISM, though. That's the power of having the TISM, man. It's in my DNA, man. He's only 89 speed? Ew. That's disgusting. My edges got to be faster. Much faster. If my edges can't edge, what's the point of them being edges? And then this chunky guy in the back. He's still learning how to play edge rusher. He's just so chunky, he needs about 300 tokens to fix his speed. But I'll fix it eventually. I will fix this fucker's speed eventually. Big D tackle, dude. Big D tackle. Let's get that IQ up a little bit. Let's make my inner guy a bit smarter. Get that brain up, man. We don't have no stupid D tackles. We want them smart D tackles. Also, my guy's 95 speed. Oh my goodness. Imagine being 311 pounds with 95 speed. That's wild. That is wild. Look at these big dudes. I'm tempted to just go pure speed for you. Keep some semi-low. Oh, he's a speed rusher with 98 speed. Damn, bro. Someone go drug test this man. How do you have 98 speed for a fat guy? At that point, you're not a fat guy. You're just a guy. Good lord. Guy's chunky as a... Number 97. 307, 99 speed. What in the hell going on with these guys? Gee golly, Batman, what is this? Jones, that'd be awesome. I just man that dude up to go play with like a receiver just mid-play. Because they put cross-manning back in the game this year. I just cross-man this D-tackle up with a fucking slot receiver. Dude snaps the ball, just sees this big 310-pound man hawking him down. This guy's 90 speed, 99 stamina, and 98 awareness, or acceleration. Speed's just a really funny stat. And what's funny, too, is I could, like, move them to play corner. Like, I could break their skill caps, slide these big boys to corner, upgrade their main coverage a little bit, get that, like, 80, 85 man coverage. And then he'd actually cover, which would be really funny. You know, I'm kind of tempted to try that for a rebuild. I didn't do it last year. But I could do it this year. Just, like, move a bunch of D linemen to corner, upgrade their man and zone, and then move them back to D linemen, and then every play just manually zone drop them or manually man them up every play. That'd be AIDS. That'd be cancer. Imagine a D tackle who weighs 300 plus pounds, 90 plus speed, 90 plus man, 90 plus zone. Then I could fuck around and move them to, like, receiver to get their catching stats up. Dude has, like, 99 man, zone, speed, and catching for a 300-pound D-tackle. That'd be insane. That would be fucking insanity. Kiss My Converse. Interesting handle right there. With all the issues with CV27 mode, would you say this game is worth buying? Fuck no. Fuck no, I wouldn't say this game's worth buying. I don't even know if this game's worth being half off. Dude, this game's ass. I'm hoping, Kiss, you've watched my hour-and-a-half long video I dropped about this game, but no, I would not in good faith recommend anyone buying this abomination. I just wouldn't. Now, if this game goes on sale, sure, buy it on sale. If this game, for some reason, gets the Call of Duty treatment, you know, where it goes on ridiculous sale, then yeah, buy it on, you know, 30, 40, whatever % sale, then sure, but I would never pay full price for this game. Now, obviously, I have to because, you know, it's my job, but, you know, if I didn't, you know, stream this game and have this be my job, I would not... Actually, here's a better way I could word my sentence, Converse. If I had the choice to play this game in my free time, yes or no, the answer is no. The only time you will ever see me playing this game is when I'm streaming. That's it. I don't play this off camera, or if I do play it off camera, I do random testing shit because I feel like it's too boring that you guys wouldn't like watching it, but generally... no. This is this is the worst Dynasty experience they've had for a while. This is worse than 25 and 26. Which is sad because they have announced a update Thursday, but there's virtually dick changing in the update. Virtually. It's very little is actually going to change in the update dropping Thursday. 2 of the updates are maybe updates, word for word from the developers. They are hoping it'll fix the game. Keyword there is hoping, which I don't know about you, but when I read patch notes, I want the patch notes to read, this will fix the game, not, oopsies, we fucked up, I hope this works. Like, could you imagine bringing your car to a mechanic and then, like, 3 days go by, and you're like, hey, did you change my brake pads? Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't. I don't know. It's like, what? What the fuck did you just say to me? Did you fix the brake pads, yes or no? Maybe. Go drive the car and find out. It's like, that's not what we're paying you to just fucking oopsie-daisies this shit. Go fucking fix it, please. Yeah, but I don't really feel like it. It's like, what do you mean? It's your job. Your entire job is to fix the game you didn't make properly. Go fucking fix it. Or like, another example. Imagine going to the orthodontist or going to the dentist and like, you have a cavity. Let's go fill the cavity. And then you get, like, you know, numbed up and they go start drilling through your mouth and an hour goes by and they're like, here's the bill. It's like, did you fix it? Maybe. It's like, what do you mean maybe? Yeah, maybe we fixed it. I don't know. Tell us if your tooth hurts in the next like 1 to 2 days. Like, no. Did you fix the cavity? Yes or no? Maybe. Like, literally, if anyone else were to try the shit EA does, like, you would be fired. There is not a single analogy you can come up with where it's like, did you fix it? Yes or no? Maybe. It's like, there's no maybe. Yes or no. And the reason why they keep saying maybe, by the way, if you're not catching on to the joke, is because if they say they did fix it, and then the update comes out and it's still broken, they'll get in trouble for that. And they're obviously not going to willingly say, we can't fix it. So how they legally get around it is by saying maybe, where it's both true and false. It's the Schrodinger's cat equivalent of gaming. It's both correct and incorrect at the same time. Bordeaux really shook them. I mean, Bordeaux is kind of a part of the problem as well, Jones. A lot of these content creators are also a part of the problem. They took the EA sponsorship, and again, they took the money, but they didn't give a shit about actually checking on the person they're signing a bag with is actually a good person or not. Which is not very smart. I'll use the money to buy Double-007 First Light. I heard that game's good. Converse, I've never played it, but I have also heard nothing but pristine things about that game, so I would agree with you. I would willingly tell you to purchase any other game aside from this one first. Just because it's going to take this game probably 3 to 5 updates before the game's even playable. And that might take 7 months. So, don't hold your breath. Just go have fun. Again, if you can get the game for free, as if, you know, maybe you know a cousin or a friend or a homie that buys the game and then doesn't like it. If you can get the game for free, then obviously free is free. But if you're paying out of pocket for this game, just don't do that. Do anything else but that. It's not worth it. I can assure you, you would have a 10 times better experience just playing CFB 26 with the new, like, rosters. Which does stink because, like, in CFB 26, you don't have Sac State and you don't have the, like, North Dakota. But I can assure you that the 2 schools that you don't have is not worth the plethora of problems that is still coming down the pipe. I mean, I'm juggling 83 overall players right now because if they get anywhere close to an 85, they might get drafted. Which is just shit. It's such a shit experience that just... I want my players to be good, but the moment they're quote-unquote too good, they just leave, so... That's fun. Converse, no. They will always be animation-based because... it's cheaper and easier to manipulate animations versus physics. And even though it's technically Converse a different game, They recently announced they will never be making a Need for Speed game ever again. So the company that currently owns the Need for Speed license is Criterion, or Criterion. I forget how you pronounce it, but Criterion was bought out by EA, and they basically bought that dev team just to have them work on Battlefield cars. EA purchased one of the most prestigious IPs of all time just to be like, yeah, we don't want you for Need for Speed games. We want you to go work on the physics in our cars and our war simulator. And they did. So if they purchased Criterion to retire them, basically, I have no faith that they will ever swap off the animations, because that is too much work. And we all know that EA is not a fan of doing work, so. They've been doing animations for almost 20 years now, if not a little more than 20 years, and I don't foresee them ever not doing that. Now, if a game like 2K or any other sponsor, if any other entity were to, like, press them, then sure, I'm sure they would get off their lazy ass and you know, be productive again. But until there's some sort of rival, they're not doing anything they don't have to do. A great example is them shoving microtransactions in all of their games moving forward, and they really don't care. The only reason the microtransactions got removed this year is because it was a surprise. Which technically shouldn't have been a surprise, because it's been in the game since early access, but again, it's a different topic for a different day, but... I need him to be good, but not too good. That's good enough. 96 zone, max run support, max catching with decent coverage for a junior, which means next year I could just fully dump into zone. That's good enough. Assuming he doesn't go pro. Jones, what I miss with him, what he do. So it's not just Bordeaux, it's all of them, but all of these content creators, you know, that did the hashtag CFB play don't pay movement to get the microtransactions removed from the game. All of those content creators... Ooh, you're not supposed to go up in overall. That's not good. But all these content creators made videos scrutinizing EA for doing what they did, which, again, rightfully so. EA does deserve shit for what they did. But the problem is these YouTubers were like, how dare you guys not tell us it's in the game when we've known it's been in the game the entire time? And the reason why I can tell you it's been in the game for a very long time is going back into the beta that was over a month ago. It was in the beta. Well, Beastly, they got added, you know, no. It was in the beta, which is, you know, a very old version of this game. And I would be willing to bet money it was in the version of the game they privately play tested like 3 months ago to 6 months ago. It was there. And to prove my point further, if you go watch other content creators like C4 literally had a video from like a while ago where C4 is like, oh yeah, by the way, you gotta pay, you can pay for coach levels. And he kind of like shrugged his shoulders and said, whatever. Like, these people only waited until the general population was getting fucked until they really cared. They didn't care the entire time before the hashtag play don't pay, or yeah, play don't pay movement. Like, and even Bordeaux, which is the main person, again, I really wish I made this Bordeaux video now, because I'm kind of repeating myself a lot these last, you know, week. But if you go to Bordeaux's Twitter, Bordeaux got the game and uploaded the world's first video on it like 5 days, 4 days, whatever the math was, before the thing on July 2nd. Bordeaux had literally the world's first YouTube video on CFB 27. Bordeaux made so much money off of the clicks, the ad revenue, the hype. Like, the dude was so happy. And he milked EA for like almost 3 weeks. And then, you know, July 8th, July 7th, whatever the date was, it's like, oh, wait, there's this bad thing that people don't like. Time to go hop on that fence. And it's like, so you're telling me you were fine with this shit the entire time leading up to the launch, but then the game comes out and now you're not fine with it? That makes no sense, but okay. And in the video I never released, I go through his Twitter, and you can still go through Bordeaux's Twitter because I don't believe he's deleted any of his tweets. If you go through Bordeaux's Twitter, you can literally see it. Like, he speaks nothing but positively about the game, but like in the beta, which, by the way, it was in the beta. So again, you can't pretend like it wasn't. It was. He speaks positively about the beta. He gets like an early access game that no one else gets by him. Then the early access came out. And all of this time, nothing was done. There was no hashtag. There was no movement. There was nothing. And then July 2nd rolls around. Nothing happens. July 3rd rolls around. Nothing happens. July 4th rolls around. Nothing happens. July 5th rolls around. Nothing happens. And so, like, all these YouTubers, which, again, I watch most of them, but all of these YouTubers were like, you guys should feel pity for us because we got rug pulled. No, you didn't get rug pulled. That's not what happened. It was always there. You were either too lazy to go find it, or you just didn't care, and all you really cared about was the bag. Pick a choice. Either you were too idiot. You were too stupid to not care. So it was either negligence or stupidity. Take your side. You could either choose negligence or idiocracy. So that's the main problem I have with the whole movement. Is that a lot of these YouTubers are playing victim, which, again, is what EA did appropriate? No. What EA did was not appropriate. You shouldn't put microtransactions in your game to ruin your game. No. However, these guys, you guys should pay attention to who you're taking sponsorships from because they represent you, right? The point of a sponsorship is not just to get money, right? The point is this product represents me as a person. So if it doesn't, speak with your ideals or your values, you shouldn't be sponsored by them. Now, luckily with Bordeaux and a few others, they are no longer sponsored by EA. We're going to see if they keep that energy going into next year's game. But most of these people weren't victims. That's not what was going on. They weren't victims. The general public were victims. The normal people who had no idea were victims. Not the people who get hands-on access to games weeks, months, and sometimes years early. No, you guys made money. You made bank off it. Let's not pretend like you didn't. So let's. It was fine until it was no longer convenient, and it became more convenient to hop sides. So that's where my gripe comes in. Which is even funny because Bordeaux was one of like 15 YouTubers within 30 minutes of the tweet going live. They made the We Won video, and I cannot wait to make a video mocking the We Won video because we didn't win shit. We're still not getting the coach XP. We're still not getting the Road to Glory XP. We may or may not be getting the recruiting changes and or the player progression changes. We didn't win shit. So what the fuck's the point of the video? So, and it's, again, not just him. It's everyone else who made the We Won video. It's the same concept. So it's like, no, it's... Stop it. I want to put Clemson and Florida State in here. But the issue is they're not that much better than the teams we currently have. I can't boot Liberty or App State because they're my rivals, so I have to play them. I'm going to get Missouri out of here. I guess I could boot Missouri and boot Auburn. I want to put Boise in here because they have like the best playbook in the game, I think. So that qualifies them to be in this conference of my super conference. But the question is, do I put... I guess I put Florida State over Clemson because they went 7-6. Florida State went 10-3. Oh, what am I doing? USC's a 94. Why is USC not my super conference? Who do I guess I can boot out of Arkansas. Is that every big overall team, the like major team in my conference now? I guess Michigan's technically in 89, so they should be... I guess Wisconsin's also in 89, but... Would I really be upgrading that much? Like, I'd be getting a 2 overall bump over Florida State. I mean, I guess I could always just add extra schools. I guess technically I could always just... add 20 schools, I think. This way it also kind of makes it random each year who will play in the Super Conference, because aside from App State and Liberty, we will always play them. They're our rivals, but everyone else, we really good. I'm also kind of curious to see how this changes the game for these other programs, because by me taking the big schools out of these other programs, it might make some brand new programs that are really good. Yeah, I would like to slide Clemson in there, but they're just not good enough anymore. So yeah, long rant, long yap session aside, basically what EA did was wrong, and the YouTubers that supported them, you know, were also in the wrong, because you guys should know better. Boise wants me as a protected rival. That's cute. I would totally do that as my rival, but if I do that, my actual rivals will never play me, so... Okay, we got App State and Liberty. Got it. Drew, where did you win your first natty? I don't remember. I'll go check. Foreman, are we getting the best coach build video Thursday? Probably not Thursday. Thursday, I'm probably doing... we'll see, Foreman. We'll obviously see, but
if they actually did, like, if the coach XP shit is not gonna, if it doesn't take me 30 years of sim to get a full coach build, then yes. If I could get a full coach build in like 12 to 15 seasons, I could test more builds and do more things. But currently, I'm almost 30 years deep in this sim and I'm only level 78. So I'm really hoping it's like Thursday, Friday, Saturday, something like that. But we'll see. Jones, even early membership release, it was there, and none of them said it. Exactly, Jones, exactly. So by no means am I saying that, have your pitchforks and fuck not the expert, fuck Bordeaux, fuck Bengal. No, I'm not saying that. Those are all great, probably great people. I don't know them personally, but I'm sure they're probably great human beings, but don't feel sympathy for them. Don't feel pity for them, right? They made lots of money off of EA, directly and indirectly. They are not the victims here. You guys are. I am. We are. The normal people are the victims. See, if I would have been flown out early and they would have put that shit in the game early, there is not a NDA on this earth that would have stopped me from telling people they're adding microtransactions to the game and ruining the base XP. Have fun. Which is the reason why I'll never get sponsored by EA. I will never shill out for EA, and why I will never muzzle myself for any game. If your game's good, I'll tell you your game's good. If your game's ass, your game's ass. There's nothing else. That's how it works. Some other people, though, they care about money, and they will happily take a paycheck or the bag if it means just, willingly closing their eyes and, see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil type shit. So I'm not like that. I may never work with EA a day in my life, and I'm fine with that. I am A-okay with that. And furthermore, again, I've mentioned this several times in the past, but Bordeaux has officially announced that he will never be working with EA ever again, which power to him. But I really just want to wait and see how many of these content creators are quote-unquote done with EA, but then they're not. So we'll see next year, right? We'll see if Bordeaux and Bangle and Not the Expert and everyone else who caused the hashtag to spawn, if their tunes will change come next year. Because I can assure you, if Bordeaux makes a sponsored video with EA next year, I will go from thinking semi-highly of the dude to having no respect. Don't be like, I'm done with you, and then 3 to 6 months later be like, I'm back. It's like, don't do that. Let's not. Don't do that. Trey, does the double soft sell still work? Yes. There is still, Trey, no more downs. I say no more, but there is not a downside to tripling, quadrupling a soft sell. You can soft sell as much as you want, and you will receive no penalty for it. Which, is pretty stupid, in my opinion. I think you should be limited to 1 soft sell or 1 hard sell per week, per player. The fact you could do, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 soft sells is kind of stupid. Yeah, you do get a big penalty, though, for missing a hard sell. I will say that much. Last year, if you missed a hard sell, you got 0 influence. I think this year you get negative influence if you miss. But how often are you going to miss when you can just spam soft sells? So let me rephrase that. You should never miss because you could spam soft sells. That's probably a better way of wording that.
True BS fuckery. Yeah, we'll see. Right. I'm gonna wait and see if what content creators stick to their words and what go back on their word, but only time can tell. Only time can tell. What else do we need? Oh, God. I forgot. We're missing so many receivers. So I have 5 guys going pro this year. Ouch. No worries, Trey. So considering we need 5 wide receivers, we've found 0 so far, this is not going to be a good class. I might be converting some athletes to wide receiver. Can we really not find a single one? Wow. Oh, you suck. Wow, we just went like 0 for 15. A wide receiver for 4 stars. That's so bad. So either the back half of these wide receivers are going to be fucking juiced, or we are so cooked. I'm really hoping we're not cooked. I have the portal, but those players don't develop, so I'm trying not to get portal players. I lied. We actually have like 1,000 more receivers. Yeah, we're going to be fine. We may not find them very fast, but I'm sure I can find 4 good receivers out of a few hundred. Right? Right, EA? Okay, we're like 0 for 35 right now. This is bad. One of you have to be redeemable, please. I was going to say something, but I was not going to jinx it. Okay, he's pretty good. Ooh, 96 speed is so tempting, but his acceleration's so bad. Okay, we found 1 good receiver. We found 2 good receivers. Come on, EA. Just bless me with 4. I'm not asking for a lot here. I just need 4 receivers to replace the 5 we're losing, please. He's slow. He's also slow.
Good acceleration. Holy shit, we found a good one. Oh my goodness. 98 speed, 6'2" from Lubbock, Texas. Oh my goodness. Devontae Wilds is insane. Okay. Like I mentioned, we were a bit slow. EA was definitely making us cook a little bit, but now we got the stove nice and warm. You can toss me like one more. By the way, I know this is probably not the best time to throw this in there, but the misconception that last year you could guess dev traits by playing time, I debunked that fluke like 4,000 times, and I'm... Oh, shit. Oh, shit. It was him. I'm waiting till someone brings that bullshit back for this game, because, as you just saw right there, no. Playing time does not equal automatically a stud. That's... no. All playing time means is they want to play. That could be a normal dev. That could be an elite dev player. It just means they want to play. The logic of, well, they have to be good because they want to play is not how it works. That you can be bad and still want to play. It's a very common thing. Ooh, we're out of hours? I've searched that many wide receivers? Damn. Who's on our schedule, chat? Let's see. We're gonna have the gauntlet this year, so we probably should... Or Sac State. We'll go play Sac State. Why not? I can schedule Penn State in the non-con. Actually, I might do that. Can I have an absolute loaded non-con? I can. Chat, this is going to be the ultimate sim season. How stacked can we make it? I have a 4 or 5 star program at every single game this week, or this year, minus Liberty and App State. I can't change these two, but this year, our schedule is going to be a gauntlet. We got Arizona State to open with, then Duke, Michigan, Texas, Notre Dame, Florida State, Penn State, Oregon, Cupcake, Ohio State. We end the year with Choklahoma. That's... You can't say I'm playing nobodies. You can't say I'm not scheduling the hardest thing I can possibly schedule. So let's not pitter-patter that bullshit. Ding, 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 ba-da. My DC or my OC cost me 1,600 tokens. What the fuck? Blunva, recruiting ideology still remains the same as how we used to. Not really. Last year, they got so enraged at me at predicting their AI that they changed a lot of the numbers. So there's new numbers we have to work with this year, but I guess you can technically say that conceptually it's still similar. It's just not the same. What's our beat Liberty by 7 automatic? Win all your conference games? That's not going to happen. I mean, I hope it happens, but it's not going to happen. And then maintain national powerhouse this season. Okay. Like Blunva, a great example I can give you is speed is no longer something you should be looking for. That's a lie. You do need speed, but they put more fluff in there. So if you are specifically looking for just speed, you will get cooked. So like before, you could pretty much blindly recruit any 95 plus speed corner because they're going to have a dev trait. You can't do that no more. 95 plus speed for corner means nothing. Now, if you have like 98 speed, that still means something, but those are far few and in between, so. The general concepts will stay the same, but the numbers are different. Like, if you're doing 5 stars, if they have high stats and they're a 5-star, I'd just go for it. But if they're a 4-star and below, I wouldn't risk it. EA in oh my god. EA, what's the word? My brain no work. EA, specifically knew they were, people like me knew the stats, so they did change some of the stats. But the key word there is some. Some stats didn't change at all. But some did, so. I don't know if I can afford all these 5 stars. I'm going to give them all neutral offers and 50 hours. And then come in the next week and go from there. I have 5,000 NIL to spend, so it's not like I'm poor. I just don't... I mean, maybe that's kind of a flex that I'm doing this while being on a budget, because I just don't like spending my bread. Which I guess is real, like, IRL of me, but... Like, I feel like I got all this money every year because I'm kind of winning every game, so I will always have money. We're actually running out of hours. Oh, I didn't even think about this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We gotta stretch out 8 players. That's not gonna work. Those 4 stars are going to end up hoeing me. But if we can just survive for 1 week, we can come back next week with more hours. Yeah, my prediction is, since we're doing the bare minimum for half these 5 stars, going into next week, we're going to get locked out of almost all of them. But that's fine. But honestly, though, spending money in this game is kind of hard. Because you want to spend money on guys in the portal, but, like, you can't because they don't develop, so you don't really spend that much money on the portal. And you want to, like, spend money to retain your players, but you also really can't do that because if they're just too high of an overall, they'll just leave. So, like, they kind of, ironically enough, made it to where it's really hard to get money early on, but when you're, you know, towards the end of your rebuild, you just have so much money to burn that it's like, I can't, I don't have anything to do with it. Like, I can't. I'm going after like 35 stars just because I have so much money to just blow. So, fuck it, why not? Obviously, Blunva, I'm going to have my tips and tricks how-to Dynasty series, just like last year. But early on, if you're recruiting any school that's below a 2-star, which is a 0.5, 1, or 1.5, you have to ignore 3, 4, and 5-star athletes. Your ass is stuck recruiting 1 and 2-star players until you're a 2-star program. I feel like a big trap people fall into is they try to push their NIL way too fast. And as a result, it ends up fucking them down the road. They try to, they try to speed up their development way too quickly. And it ends up causing problems when you don't have the money or the funds to do what you're trying to do. And I feel the same way for 4 and 5-star players. Once when you're a 2 to 3-star program, that doesn't give you the green light to just go recruit 35 stars. Like, they just don't. If you incrementally go up in your rebuild like you're supposed to, recruiting's not that bad. It's like slightly irritating here and there, but it's not that bad. If you try to cheat and just go straight to the end like, I did, like with the, I think it was the UCF rebuild, right, chat? I forget what team it was. I want to say it's UCF, though. But there was a rebuild I did on my last rebuild of 26, and I signed 2 5-stars the very first year as UCF, which you will never do that ever again. That you will not, it will not work. Which is fair. I don't think that should be allowed, right? Signing these stupid classes as a 0-star school. The other thing is, do not blow your dynasty points on stupid shit. Like, if you want to buy a blueprint perk or whatever they're called, and the perk costs 1,700 points for your team or for your organization, and you only got 2,000 points in the bank, you probably shouldn't spend that money. Because then you're going to be fucked for what comes next, because you don't have the money to keep going. So, if you just spend the money you're supposed to spend when you're supposed to spend it, you will be fine. I honestly, genuinely believe this game is easier than last year. I think in terms of all the difficulties, this game is, ironically enough, the easiest game to do rebuilds in. Because you got to remember, a lot of the problems I was having in this rebuild, I was like dicking around and testing shit. Like, in future rebuilds, I'm going to have all of the problems hammered out. So we're not going to have these random seasons where I'm losing like 5 games. That just will not. Where's my coach stats? Like, I've been fucking around a lot. I'm still under 100 losses. I have 20 or 27. I have almost 300 wins and 50 losses, and I win, and I have won 85% of my games. I have had a winning season 21 straight years in all conferences. I'm 37-5 in the playoffs with 10 natties. So, considering I've just been figuring out how the game works, in like my second, third, fourth rebuild, I'm gonna have, more of an understanding of what I'm doing. So I think this game is actually harder in the beginning versus 25 and 26. But towards the middle of the rebuild, this game is significantly easier. And then by the end, it's not even debatable. It's a cakewalk. Because once when you're a 5-star program, you get 20,000 NIL a year. I physically can't spend 20,000 NIL. So it's you just get so much money that it's a joke. So the middle is easier, the end is easier, the only harder part's the beginning. But that's a small price to pay considering everything else is easier. So And then when I do make my how-to Dynasty videos, I'm going to be sure to stress that a lot. Like, hey, guys, you probably shouldn't... If you only have 500 NIL, you probably shouldn't spend 480 of it on a 3-star. That's probably not smart. Let's not do that, guys. Is it annoying to recruit 1-stars and 2-stars? Yes. It's very annoying. Do I think we should be doing it? No. There was a YouTube comment. I forget what the gentleman's name was, but there was a YouTube comment from my previous video, and he broke down the math of most rosters. Most rosters in D1 football is filled with 5-stars, 4-stars, and 3-stars. There's very few 1- and 2-star athletes that actually do make a team. So it's kind of stupid how EA has their game where you can't afford 5, 4, and 3-star players. You can only afford 2-stars. When in real life, most teams don't even get 2-stars. So, and again, how I would fix this problem is I would keep 5-stars the exact same price early in your rebuild. I would take 4-stars the exact same price early in rebuilds. I would reduce 3-stars by like 50%. I think it's preposterous that the gap between a 3-star and a 4-star early on in your rebuild is like $5. It's like, why would I ever spend $200 on a 3-star when I can go spend $10 more and get a 4-star? Like, what's the fucking point? Also, not gonna fuck with my slot receiver this year. I've learned with the Tennessee playbook, you don't want your best receiver to be in the slot. The slot gets less touches, which is not what you want. Which is weird, because Boise's the opposite. Boise, you wanted your best receiver in the slot, but not with this playbook. Which begs the question, what offense does Tennessee run where they don't throw the ball to a slot receiver? I can't think of what offense would do that. I know there's offenses that don't have a lot of RPOs, right? But like screens, verticals, there's like so many plays where you just organically throw to a slot that it's weird that Tennessee just doesn't throw to a slot receiver. They just never do. Which is weird. Very fucking weird. And if you're wondering how I learned that the hard way, you could probably guess. Blunva, that's the other thing is transfers. You are correct. Again, we'll see Thursday if EA actually does fix their problems. I doubt it, but we'll see Thursday. But I think the transfer portal is not even worth touching. Genuinely. I'm not exaggerating. The transfer portal last year was so overpowered that even when I nerfed it into oblivion, the portal was still overpowered. The portal is even more overpowered in this game. Like, the amount of elite dev and star dev players that enter the portal is so disproportionately high compared to everything else that you could legitimately just not recruit during the year and just do the portal, like pull a Kurt Signetti and just say, fuck the high school, just go straight for the portal. And if you have a small idea of what you're looking at, you could sign like 25 elite devs and like 25 star dev players. And ironically enough, the portal players are cheaper than the high school players. The reason why is because most of the time when you get to the portal, teams like Georgia, Ohio State, Bama, those programs, they don't have any spots left. They've already signed 35 players. So you're just fighting with like small schools like BYU for a random 4-star or 5-star because they have spots available to be scouting. My slot needs to be Missy and Alexis. We're good to go. But the whole transfer portal strat might end up getting nerfed very soon, so that's TBD. But until the portal strat gets nerfed, you can fucking go feral with the portal in. Which is the reason why I will be nerfing the portal into high hell in my online league like I did last year. I was reading some stuff. Okay. Get our first tough game, top 15, Arizona State. I would be genuinely shocked if we go undefeated. I have a feeling we're going to lose maybe 2 games. 2 or 3, but we'll see. See, like, this is going to be fine. Because no one's going for this 5-star. Georgia's pressing me here. I'm getting pressed here. I'm not getting pressed, but it'll be moved quickly. Eh. This might end up being dumb, but I'm going to rip the extra hours off of the 5-star gems. Which, again, might be stupid. But this will give me enough hours to drop 50s on these guys. Some of them. I might have stretched myself just a wee bit too thin. Yeah, I'm probably better off just pulling the hours off of these guys and allocating them elsewhere. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 players missing hours. See, we don't have a large enough lead that really... if I just up the money, I'd be fine. Am I really about to up the money? I mean, I guess I have no reason not to up the money. I have $4,000 to spend. I could give all of them a bag individually and be fine. Yeah, I think in hindsight, I probably should have gave them just a little cushion. I also guess I don't really need them, so... I lose like 3 or 4, it's whatever. I also realized I just lost my DC from last year. I'm missing an elite recruiter. That's what's gonna fuck me. Yeah, that's what's gonna fuck me. I didn't even realize that. Yeah, I lost my DC, which was an elite recruiter. He was a fully maxed out elite recruiter, so... That's gonna be a big difference right there. Now, I'm hoping I can make an elite recruiter in like a year or two, but by the time he actually gets his tree built, this dynasty is probably over. Because even though the coach XP is also really slow, so is your coordinators. So. Hey, look at that. I just signed all these 5 stars to a little extra bonus. I still got $3,000 left. I should have done that from the beginning. I'm not doing the 5 stars or the 4 stars, but yeah, I should have done that in the early onsets. Well, I got 3 players on the Heisman list. Do we beat Errors in the state? Do we get our opening L or an opening dub? Let's see. Hey, 21 likes. Appreciate y'all. I already said that we got locked out of a few guys. We did win. I mean, we did win by like 20 points, but the scary part is that they did score 24, which is concerning that they scored 24 points. I mean, their quarterback threw 2 picks. See, this is the shit that makes no sense to me. How do they have 0 rushing yards and multiple interceptions on offense, and I don't beat them by a wider margin? I don't understand. Like, I should have beat them like 60-12. Instead, the score is 43-24. It's just weird. It's like they can't run the ball, and they couldn't pass very effectively, so what's the problem? Who'd we lose? We lost you. We've lost you. We lost you. We weren't going after you. Okay, yeah, the lack of the DC is going to really bite us. Ooh. Oh, it's that, isn't it? Oh, or that. Game. Why you gotta always make everything a fucking coin flip? I feel like I can hard sell this. Can I not? Is it not that? It is. I knew it. Next. Yeah, wait. Yeah, I'm gonna go back and do what I was originally planning on doing. I'm giving the 5-star gems a Supermax. I have no actual benefit to not give them the Supermax. Oh, man, this can be so many... Oh, this could be so many things. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. It's a fucking 3-way toss-up between the SEC, this, and this. One of those 3 will be right. It's one of those 2. Hey, William, we had a very interesting national championship game. We beat LSU 62-0. We just blew their back out. It was a beatdown of disproportionate proportions. It was a killing. And so now we are in a super conference to maybe make this harder. Mostly just for more playbook testing, but... This way I can play the best teams in the game, and if I can pretty consistently beat their ass, then I will feel content. Also, cannot wait to see what damage I do to the playoffs, because having all the good teams in my conference will then conduct the playoffs, because all the good schools are here, so the bad schools will make the playoffs, so it'll be funnier there. Could be that. It could be. Could be that as well. We need to schedule some visits soon. How have you been, William? So we have an edge, a will, a running back, a corner. I'm having ideas, chat. Is it dangerous we're scheduling them for Michigan? Yes. But I could do an inside and an outside. An edge. We have an inside and outside linebacker with an edge combo. Now, do I pair with the corner or the safety? I think we save the safety and the corner for a week later. I'm tempted to throw up another edge, because they'll offset each other, but the other two are going to give them the buff. It's the only safety we have, too, so I got to be careful with what I pair with him. I mean, Oregon has a pipeline, yeah, but... a lot of money, though. Oh, shit, my next pair is week 6, 7, and 8 with fucking Florida State, Penn State, and Oregon. Ooh. That's a filthy combo right there. We're to week 2, right? Oh, yeah, William, I saw your picture in Discord earlier. Gotta be careful around them stingrays, man. Don't want to have them get you like they got our boy Steve Irwin. The GOAT. How do I want to do this? I mean, honestly, I'm probably better off just not even having a fourth... No, I am better off doing a fourth pair. It's just not a follow-up pair. Dude, real talk, I've actually seen someone get stung by a stingray in real life. I was going to a zoo. Oh, God, was this like 12 years ago? It was like 12, 13 years ago. And the not even a zoo, it was an aquarium. I went to an aquarium. It was a semi-large, well-known aquarium, and you guys know I live in Georgia, so Jesus Christ! If that doesn't deserve a like on the stream, I don't know what will. Oh my God, I just gave Duke the biggest dick I've ever seen in my life. I just beat them by 70 points. Oh my goodness. Well, Duke is not going to be ranked no more. Get bent, Duke. But anyways, I went to an aquarium, and again, I live in Georgia, so you guys can probably guess my local aquarium. Again, it's pretty large and relatively famous. And there was a petting thing for like stingrays. And all the stingrays had their stingers clipped, obviously, because it'd be dangerous to have people, touching stingrays with the actual stinger. And they were adding new stingrays to like the pool or whatever. And the dude that was handling the stingrays was like, this one's not clipped, and like grabbed it and picked it up and was like talking to other people in the aquarium. Like, this one didn't have its stinger, pulled. And then the guy got stung like right there in the arm. And I was like, oh. And he like calmly put the stingray down and like walked away. And I have no idea whatever happened to that dude. But yeah, there was like probably 50 or so in like a touchable tank. And they were adding new ones. And one of the new ones got past the clip inspection, I guess, or whatever they were doing to make sure they don't have stingers. And that one did. That was a very interesting high school field trip, that's for sure. Bula, what playbooks you currently using? I will cover that at the end of the year. Crane, why do you guys sim? Do you not like playing the game? Crane, how long have you been playing Madden / CFB, if you don't mind me asking? It's a valid question. I don't mind giving you an answer, but I'm just curious. How long have you been playing an EA sports title? Because I have been playing this game since I was 12. I am currently 27 years old. I have played almost the same sports title for 15 years. Now, has there been some small differences between games? Yes. Right? Are they a one-to-one copy of each other? Yes. Or no. But generally, they're not that different. And after you play the computer enough times, it all kind of meshes together. And so I could drop 105 points on the computer every week and, have an average points per game by like 1,000, but that's not really fun, right? I'll eventually do that this year. I'm sure you guys will want to see it, and eventually I will do it, but generally speaking, the gameplay for all EA sports titles does lose a lot of its glitz and glamour around 10 years in. And then past that point, it's kind of the same stuff. Which is the reason why EA added coach mode, was for people like me. But I will eventually be getting to that, because I've been told that they added more camera angles from the beta, which is awesome. Because my only complaint I had about coach mode was the camera angles were fugly. And if that's been fixed, then, well, my only complaint's now gone, so. Yeah, Crane, it's really nothing to do with, not liking the gameplay. It's just, I've played it my entire life. It's not that drastically different. It's like COD. After you play Call of Duty, you play the same game, after a certain point, it's just the same game. William, I was doing some night fishing with my cousin and his boss. We ran the boat up the sandbar. Ooh. His boss told my cousin to put on the Stingray boots and push the boat off the sandbar. He didn't buckle them off the boat steps right on top of the ray. Damn. Has a scar from 10 years. I've never been stung by one. I've been stung by a couple jellyfishes, but I've never been stung by a stingray, and I hope to God I never get stung by a stingray. I've been told that shit's really painful, and I'm just gonna take their word for it. I really don't want to. I've been I've had a lot of things occur in my life. That's one thing I really don't want to test fate on is fucking with a stingray. I am noticing a lot of the players we're kind of getting resistance for are all defensive players. Almost as if I don't have my coordinator anymore that would fix this problem. Rip. Rip Steve Irwin. I agree, man. That is something that is, like, so sad. Is like, I'm old enough to remember who Steve Irwin was. Like, pre-videos. Like, watching his animal shit. And there's just, like, his children now aren't children no more. His daughter and son are, you know, and my age, and they're, like, late 20s, early 30s. It's weird. Time is weird. That is something that my parents didn't teach me growing up, is how weird time gets the older you get. That's the hard sell, by the way. Okay. I mean, obviously, you know, Steve Irwin passed away like 20 years ago or something like that. 15, 20 years ago. Is there like an antidote for like stingray shit now that there wasn't like a lot? I know he got stung in the heart, which I think was the main reason why he passed away, was the location of the sting, not that he got stung. But like, what do you do if you get stung by a stingray? Like, do you just like go to like your local hospital, like a snake bite? Like, hi guys. It's like, what do you do? Obviously, I'm hoping I never get put in that situation because I don't want to know the answer. But, like, what do you, like, if you just, like, I'm sure most places aren't equipped for fucking stingrays, right? Or maybe they are, and I'm just, you know, underestimating the power of modern medicine. Pretty much. That's crazy. Just like go to your local ER. Hi, what's wrong with you? Gunshot wound, stab wounds, vehicular accident. Oh no, boss. I got stingray to the calf. Oh, shit. It's like, yeah. Wasn't paying attention, darn. It's like, what? I don't think these players are going to survive till week 6 because we got a 3-week pause between our first and final finish. The gift and a curse. Mostly a curse, but a gift and a curse. It's not the venom as much as the bacterial infection from it. That's the danger. Really? That's okay. That's a misconception I must have gotten from a child as a, you know, wee lad, because I always assumed the venom / poison would kill you way before a bacterial infection would. Which, speaking of bacterial infections, if you ever get bit by a Komodo dragon, which I know is like a very rare and random occurrence, but if it does ever happen, dude, that is the most miserable final 20 to 15 minutes of your life. If you want to freak yourself out, go Google what happens when you get bit by a Komodo dragon. That shit, dude, that is literally, like, I was watching this Australian comedian talk about shit, and there's, like, different degrees of fucked. Like, snakes were in like, the top region, then spiders, then something, and then the Komodo dragon gets, like, its own subsection of you're just dead. Just use your final 5 minutes of life to pray to God because you're dead. And I'm like, that's wild. That we're in 2026, and I don't believe there's any cure for the shit that's in its mouth because it eats dead things. Like the bacteria and other shit that's in its mouth from eating deceased mammals is just so bad that it's just gone. And I'm like, that's nuts. Now, mind you, would I ever be caught fucking with a Komodo dragon? No. Because I'm kind of a pussy, but I'm sure there are people who do frequently fuck with them, but I wouldn't be one. I am very pro survival and not very pro stupid shit, so my life may be boring, but I'm not gonna die, you know, fucking around and finding out. That's... I think we beat Michigan because we got 3 commits. We did beat Michigan. Sweet. Ooh, it was a close game, though. We barely won. Yeah, we went to halftime tied 17-17. Then we went into the third quarter 24-24. And then we went to the fourth quarter and they slowed down and we sped up. My QB threw for 344 and 4 touchdowns, by the way. Goodness gracious, my QB going feral. Haven't lost, though, so love that. Love that. I don't want to call the animal surprisingly dangerous, but another animal that always makes me chuckle whenever I'm, like, watching videos of, like, people getting harmed by the animal that, like, they clearly shouldn't be fucking with is bears. The amount of times on, like, Facebook and whatnot I have seen videos of people being like, oh, the big grizzly bear is the only one that's gonna fuck me up, not like the baby bear or like the other various, you know, black other bears. And like they'll like be at like a nature reserve or something and just, you know, fucking with the bear, and then it stands up and then swipes one time and they're cut in half. I'm like, well, you probably shouldn't have fucking done that, genius. Just saying. I know you watch Winnie the Pooh a lot as a kid, but don't do that if you value your life. Not worth it. Just say it. Not a great time you're gonna have. And again, it's always the small bears. It's never the big bears. Like, people are like, ooh, a 7-foot tall, 9-foot tall grizzly bear? Yeah, let's not go fuck with that. But like, a baby bear, like an adolescent bear, let's go fuck with it. It's like, no. Let's not fuck with any bear, guys. It's a fucking bear. Let's use our fucking prefrontal cortex, please. Let's use our brain. Let's use our noggin, please. Bison, I completely agree with you, bro. Dude, okay, so true story. My uncle has retired now, and my uncle has vowed to spend the rest of his life to venture the world and see, you know, many things and shit like that. Yada, yada, yada. And my uncle went to Yellowstone, exactly what you said, JFB. And there's a sign that he took a picture of that was like, do not feed the bison. Like, don't interact with the bison, the buffalo, all those giant, you know, the moose. Like don't fuck with them, right? These gigantic mammals, don't fuck with them. I can promise you it's not worth fucking with them. And my uncle took a picture of that sign, and then not even like 15 feet from the sign, there was this dumbass with like a watermelon trying to shove it in one of its mouths, and it wasn't it clearly didn't want to eat the watermelon. And so it kind of gave like a grunting noise that the person wasn't reciprocating. And that thing like just bent over and like just started fucking her car up. And I'm like, yeah, maybe shoving food in a wild animal's face isn't that intelligent. especially when you're standing not even 10 feet from the fucking warning sign. Like, what are we doing, guys? Now, I do think that family from my uncle's video, he did tell me that they did get thrown out, but it's just, dude, it's like, you know, modern primates. I'm gonna call this Neanderthals. We're the wrong species. It's almost like modern people have just lost all sense of danger. They're so, you know, brainwashed from YouTube and TikTok being like, I'm fine. No, Rebecca, you're not fine. You're fucking with an animal that weighs 10,000 pounds. What are you doing? Stop it. Or elephants? Bro, you would never catch me ever fucking with an elephant. I'm good. I love Dumbo as much as the next person, but nah. Elephants are cool. I am sad they're getting hunted to nearly extinction, but those things, I'm good. I'm good. You will never catch me. No. Because it'd be my luck that they would look at me and be like, ooh, a fellow large person. Let's go step on it. No, I'm good. I'm good. Nah, fuck that. Hey, no worries. I will see you in the next one, William. Take care. The bison was heading true, actually. But they're huge. Yeah, they're crazy. Blunva, I also agree with that. You're never catching me touring. I know Africa is a very beautiful country with like the Sahara and whatnot, but dude, I'm not getting mauled by Mufasa. I'm sorry. I love my life too much to be fucking mauled by Mufasa. Or it would be my luck. I don't get mauled by Mufasa. I get fucking jumped by a pack of hyenas, or fucking a cheetah decides, you know what, this 300-pound man looks pretty tasty, and just like pounces on me from a fucking tree. I'm good. I'm good. We're in week 4, so we got plenty of weeks to wait for the next one, but for the guys we're still currently fighting for, we should probably up the hours for. Just to be safe. I mean, it might not matter. We still might get caught eventually, but... Ooh, he needs a visit bad. I'm gonna stay in the top 3, but... it'll cost big coins. If we can get some hard commits, that'd be fucking fantastic. Now, again, I don't expect to go undefeated this year. We are literally playing a gauntlet of a schedule, so I am fully expecting to fumble 1 or 2 of these games. I just wonder which team will be the team that beats us. We got some commits. Thank you. Thank you. Good commits. Good commits. This frees up so many hours. Actually, here's an interesting question for you guys. Do you guys prefer zoos or aquariums? Hey, we barely survived, but we beat Texas. We hold on. We scored 0 points in the second half. Riveting. How we put up a goose egg makes no sense, but we did, so. Cool. Personally, I'm team aquarium over team zoo. Not that I don't like the zoo. I do. Big zoo kid, right? But I like more aquatic animals and land animals. In my opinion. Ooh. We might be able to swing and steal this at the end. Ooh, what am I saying? We got hours now. Oh, we can definitely swing this back. Yeah, we got 80 now. I was going to say, like, we might have to sweat a little bit for... But no, we got 80 hours. Or technically 75, but... And what's nuts is if we do end up going undefeated with this Gauntlet schedule, then... Well, shocked would not be the adequate word to describe my feelings, because I'd be perplexed. I'd be like, huh? How are we losing to, like, 70 overall Missouri, but we can't beat... Or we can beat everybody here? What the fuck? I mean, you could realistically say we should have lost that, Texas game, and we barely survived, so... Generally a good gauge on how good or bad your team is by the margin of victory. Like, it's cool to win games. I'm not going to apologize for winning, but you kind of want to blow opponents out, not barely survive. And we're kind of barely surviving, so... Well, it's your turn, Notre Dame. Come on down. Do we win, yay or nay? Gotta commit. Got 2 commit. Got 3 commit. Oh, Kill Brew is an amazing name. Oh, I think we won. Yep, we did. What was the margin of victory, though? Oh, we blew their ass out. 38-20. And they scored. Dude, we had them scoreless for pretty much the whole game. That's disgusting. They scored 2 pity touchdowns in the 4th quarter just to make it seem closer than what it actually was. They had no points the entire game. I don't know whom that is, but homie's Heisman frontrunner, so that's cool. Could be the running back, receiver, QB, I have no idea, but... No, we got sniped. Fuck. Oh well. We knew we current English. I knew we weren't gonna get everybody. That's obvious. But it still hurts to lose anybody. I am that greedy. I want them all. Back on. It's weird scheduling guys for Oregon. It's a weird feeling. I'm about to up the money for you guys. Which isn't the worst thing I'd have to do, but... We'll do the Penn State game, why not? We'll keep it competitive. Why not? We'll schedule you for Choklahoma. Don't see no problem with that one. And you can be a bye week. Bye weeks don't do much, so. We'll advance.
Hell yeah, Michael. Appreciate that, big dog. Hopefully you're having a good time at work. We are currently running the gauntlet, the hardest schedule humanly possible. I have an entire conference of nothing but like 90 plus overall teams. So there will be no more of the allegation of basically you're playing bums when I'm literally playing the best teams in the game. So we'll see. Now, my conference schedule will be harder than my playoff schedule, but that's whatever. A lot of commits, though. Lots of commits. Love it, man. It's raining men. Ooh, 4-0, baby. We won. Oh, we barely survived Florida State. Okay. It's going to happen, chat. I don't know when, but we're going to lose one of these games. We are flirting with a loss. We've almost lost to... Damn, I had 3 different running backs get 3 different touchdowns. Damn. We almost lost to Texas, and we almost just lost to Florida State. A win's a win. But we got a lot of heater on our schedule, so... That not count? Oh, it's this week. Ooh. Am I that petty? I'm that petty. Fuck LSU. Raising the money and the visit. If we win, he's automatically ours. Automatically. Yeah, me asking myself, am I that petty? Of course I'm that fucking petty. Oklahoma, why are you doing this to me? Texas just sharks me. Ouch. I think I still need some tight ends, so let me go ahead and scout them if there's any good ones left. There might not be, which... Issues. There's a few. Hopefully we can find like 1 or 2 gems here. More than likely I'm going to have to move wide receivers to tight end, but... Side effect of being so good. But we only need 3 of these guys, so... EA, you want to give me 1 good one, please? 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 No? Of course you give me a fucking... Can I have a green one? Thank you. I swear it's like pulling teeth with this company. Just like... Ugh. I could take a risk on some of these cats and just hope they have a dev trait, but I'm just gonna wait. I'm sure there's probably 1 or 2 dudes from the portal I can go snag. Or move a receiver to tight end, so. It's not the end of the world. If I find a stud center before I find a crazy tight end, I mean, we can come back, though. We can absolutely come back on this kid. Miami's not really going hard.
I schedule it for the bye week, though? Let's schedule it for week 13. Yeah, fuck you, Miami. You think you can take someone from me, even though it's clearly in your state with your pipeline? Fuck you, it's my state. I own your state. I own your bitch ass. Check the receipt. Property of Coastal Carolina. Bitch. More commits. More commits. More commits. Lots of commits. So many hard commits. Keyshawn Cook is very hardly committing. Oh. My tight end got player of the week. What the fuck? That's the first time I've ever seen that happen. Streak continues, boys. The streak continues. Chad, do you guys think we have the #1 class? I would be shocked if anybody has a better class than us. Like, genuinely shocked. Oh, no way. We got the 2 cells? It's that, isn't it? Oh my goodness, we have the hard cell. That is so lucky. That is so lucky. Watch, I'm going to jump Bama next week, and the week after I'll jump Miami. Okay, that's pretty fluke, not gonna lie. That's... I mean, I'll take it. Like I said, he's property, I say he, but that's property of Coastal Carolina pipeline, and that kid's in my pipeline, so. Fuck you. Gotta watch what I say. I don't want the Twitter mob to cancel me. Can't have the people with funny hair colors on SSRIs mad at me. Whatever shall I do? Which, if you don't know what an SSRI is and you gotta Google it, you just learned something new. Actually, am I fucking up the abbreviation? I might be fucking up... Wait. I might be clowning myself here. Wait. Is it SSRI or is it SR... Wait. I believe there's 2 S's, right? Yeah. SSRI. Yeah, I was right. Okay. See, that was one of those things where I was like, wait a minute. Is my TISM giving me 2 S's or are there actually 2 S's? There's 2 S's. I mean, did we scout corners already? I think we did. Fuck it, why not? Keep going. Holy shit, why is there so many 4-star gem corners? Or 4-star gem. Why is there so many 4-star available corners? Like, I'm gonna be shocked if there's not several gems in this list. Why is there this many 4-star corners available by week 9? Especially considering, like, half the defenses in this game are 4-2-5, so... You need 5 DBs, whether it's corners, safeties, whatever. You gotta have 5, so... And we found it. We got a hit. We got a hit, boys. We got a hit. 10-4. Man down. Roger, roger. His name is literally Unk. I'm dead. We have to get him. His name's Unk. He is one of my people. Not even joking. It's like my favorite last name I've seen so far. I don't know. Jesus Christ is like probably my favorite name I've ever seen. Haven't seen Jesus Christ since CB25, but Unk is a strong number 2. Dude, there's like 30 corners left. I'm shocked. Might be moving some corners to safety this year. Oh. Especially a field corner. Field corners are already good at tackling, which... The main reason why you don't move corners to safety in-game, not in real life, but in-game, is the base tackle rating for almost every corner in the game is, like, disgustingly low, like 50-something. Whereas in real life, moving from corner to safety is not that daunting of a transition. Well, let's play Oregon. But field corners, they have high tackling, so they're perfect. More hard commits, brother. Did we win? Holy shit, we did. Wow, this is the most legendary spree we've gone on. We put belt to ass on Penn State. Absolutely just dismembered Oregon. And then we got our back-to-back cupcakes. And we're going to end the year off with unranked Ohio State and Oklahoma State. Or Oklahoma. That's, dude. Give me the crown, man. Give me the crown. I'm just built different, man. EA might fuck me, but I am learning how to unfuck their fuckery. There's a lot of fucking going on in that statement, but you get the point. I am learning. We're evolving. We're getting better. Mostly. Still some issues here and there, but we're improving. Holy shit, I'm actually going to take him the distance. Bama might re-jump me for the week 12. But I might, if I go all the way with that guy, I'm going to cry. The fact that I was able to just jump in literally last moment and just pluck him straight from a Florida team from Florida is just nuts. The definition of wow. Dun 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 dun. He's impact dev. His name's Korean? Like the Savage? That's a very dated reference. Like 3 of you might get that reference. Either way. Do 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 do. Well, we can't lose on the bye week, so give me my win. Liberty Mutual is about to get their cheeks clapped. They're a 64 overall. I better see like 70-0. This better not be close. Ooh, what a big jump. What a fucking massive jump. Huge, brother. Huge. Massive. Ba, da, 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 da. Get the hard sell? We did. Well, 27's a pretty large class for me, so we probably should stop. Even though I could keep going, we probably should stop. Imagine this is the game we lose. We lose the 64 overall Liberty to break the streak. Little by little. True. Oh, we got that 200 coach points. Bonus. Now I get to play App State, my other cupcake. I think by the end of this 30-year rebuild, I might have 100 rivalry wins. COD player? Yes, sir. I am a COD player. I'm a COD OG. One of, like, the 3 that still exist. And unlike many of those that are still around, I don't have to reverse boost and 2-box to shit on noobs all day to do good. Shots fired. I know. No, Choklahoma, you bitch. I've lost 2 recruits this cycle, and I feel like I'm going to cry. Well, Ohio State, this was supposed to be a very hyped matchup, but you're 4-6, so this is kind of not doing too well. They just couldn't stick around. Rough. I guess now it opens the door for this kid, though, so we sacrifice one to gain the other. Not bad. Ooh. Are you a standard bearer? There's no way. Nope, you also can be this. Fuck. Well, Ohio State, what you got? Put them up or put them down. Let's see. Oh, we won. What was the margin? Actually, I won't even check. I'll after we beat Oklahoma, I'll go back and look at the margin of victory. Oklahoma's 9-2? Really? Oklahoma is going to be the hardest matchup we have all year. Okay, I'm down. I'm game. I'm game. Oh, Notre Dame, you're scared. You're a scared little Catholic school, I see. You were all down for the cause when you had your pipeline bonus, but now they've removed the pipeline bonus. You're a scared little school, man. Rudy would be ashamed of you guys. You guys should be beating me, but you're not, because you guys suck. Okay, Oklahoma, let's not play spoiler, please, and let's not lose the final game of the season to a top 4 team. Let's not do that. Let's just win and go undefeated and take our dub to the conference championship. We won. Undefeated. We've survived the gauntlet. All we got left is LSU, which I'm pretty sure we didn't play, so. We did not play LSU. So we destroyed Arizona State. We murdered Duke. We survived Michigan. We survived Texas. We pretty comfortably... one moment, Langy. We comfortably handled Notre Dame. It scored 14 points in the fourth quarter, which is just pity touchdown. We survived Florida State. We comfortably handled Penn State. We murdered Oregon. We obviously dismembered Liberty, App State. There are 60 overall rivals. No time to waste for them. We absolutely just disemboweled Ohio State in front of Ohio State. Wow, we just bent them over at their home stadium. Wow, I'm shocked. And then we survived the Oklahoma game. Wow. That was a very close game. My QB threw 5 touchdowns and 300 yards. My running back had 150 yards. How did we almost lose this game? Neither team could complete a third down. That's cute. Yeah, these always baffle me how games are close, because it's like my QB throws for 400 and my running back runs for 150. I feel like we should win the game by more than 6 points, but either way, we've just ran the gauntlet. Haven't spent any of my tokens yet. I guess we'll wait till the LSU week and then spend our tokens and see if we can handle LSU. Langy, I'm gonna apologize if I'm mispronouncing your name. Starting an online Dynasty Thursday, gonna be using SJSU. I am a pleb that doesn't understand acronyms. What is SJSU? Not Sacramento State. What's the J? SJ. There's no way it's San Jose. Thank you. I'm a pleb. Thank you. Thank you, James. Thank you, Langy. San Jose State University with recruiter, tactician, motivator, and then which talent developer or strategist do I buy first? Let me go and look at your pipelines before I tell you what to do. I don't know San Jose like that. Ooh, their pipelines suck. Oh, their pipelines are ass. Oopsies. Wrong button. So yeah, you're doing San Jose State. I'm assuming you're using a custom coach, right? Unless you're using their default coach. If you're using a custom coach, you need to give them either a Central Florida pipeline or a South Florida pipeline. You already have all of Cali and North Texas, so you could technically choose East Texas, but I think you do better off picking one of the 2 Florida pipelines than both of Texas. Generally, Langy, the best coach build in this game is the same one that was last year. It's elite recruiter, talent developer, motivator, program builder, CEO. This is the same coach build you used last year, or you should have used last year. And spoiler alert, it's the best build this year. So please tell me he's not buying Tactician. You know what? I don't have the patience for you. I'm going to fire you. I was hoping he would be intelligent enough to purchase things in Recruiter for Elite Recruiter, which he kind of is, but he's blowing his tokens as soon as he gets them, which is not helping me at all. So this dunce is getting fired. Oh well. Connor, how are all your recruits gems? I scout them. Don't want to be a smartass or sound rude, but I just have hours and I spam the A button. That's pretty much it. So yeah, Lengy, especially you guys are waiting till the. I guess this is more context too. Lengy, are you guys waiting until the faster coach XP update or no? Because if you're gonna start this online dynasty with your friends before they fix the coach XP problems, you should probably instantly bum rush Motivator because of the 3 base trees, Motivator gives you the most XP. But if you're waiting until after they give you a faster system, I would just start with Recruiter, get the bare minimum in Recruiter, and then pivot straight to Motivator. Because of the 3 skills, Motivator is unequivocally the best of the 3. So, just to give you a small example, the active coach perk for Recruiter, as you guys can see, Firm Hands, you get 200 bonus XP for signing a recruit. It's not very good. You could sign a full 35-person class and you're getting a couple thousand XP. This shit sucks. Tactician, you get 450 XP per win, which means if you multiply that, going a perfect 16-0, which most of the time you're not going, 16-0, but let's just assume you are going 16-0, then you're going to be getting about 8,000 to 9,000 XP, which is, again, not going to happen. But whereas with Motivator, you get 15 bonus XP whenever a player levels up. I know that sounds very small, very minuscule, but your player could level up hundreds of times in a season and or the training portal. So just so you're aware, when it says they level up, it's not referring to their overall leveling up. It's their in-game XP bar that you can't see unless you're hovering over the recruit. So if your example, if you have an elite dev prospect, they could level up 100 times. And this applies to every person on your roster. So of the 3 base skill trees, Motivator gives you the most XP by far. So not just do I recommend Motivator because it's one of the best perks in the game. It's not as good as it was last year because they removed tier 1 from Motivator. Sadly, RIP tier 1 Motivator. If you knew, you knew. But the tier 3 put in work is still one of the best perks in the game because you get rewarded for doing nothing. You just get passive income, passive value for just playing the game. And you could, piggyback the XP from Motivator until you eventually get Talent Developer, which is your end-all be-all. Spoiler alert, Talent Developer is still the best thing in the game. So this should be what you're aspiring to get. This is unequivocally the best skill tree in the game still. And even after they nerfed it, it's still the best tree in the game. So piggybacking Motivator into Talent Developer, and then by the time you get everything from Motivator and Talent Developer, you can then begin Elite Recruiter because it'll probably take you several years to get that top 5 class. So I wouldn't rush Elite Recruiter. You should try to eventually get it, right? eventually, but that's down the road. Yeah, the best coach tree in this game is still the best coach tree from last year. It's just how you acquire them is now a wee bit different. Got to 2045. That's, what, almost 20 years on the dot? It's not bad. What you don't want to buy is Tactician, though. This is the worst skill tree in the game. And, yeah, even though EA made it the cheapest tree in the game to get, it's still shit. Don't buy this. This is pointless. If you ever hear someone tell you to buy Tactician, just laugh at them. Just point your finger through your monitor and just laugh, like the Simpson meme, because this shit's stupid. The +2 stats you get for doing this, like 90% of the time, does nothing. Love Scheme Guru, Ground and Pound, but yeah, it's like, oh yeah, no, Scheme Guru, whole different story. Like, Scheme Guru, amazing. It just sucks it's locked behind Tactician, which is the problem. If I could separate these two trees, Scheme Guru significantly, like, one of the 5 best trees in the game. But the problem is you gotta waste hundreds of points in Tactician to get here, which is the problem. And, another big nerf that I didn't include in my YouTube video that I probably should have included. I had like a 2-hour rant about this game. In last year's game, do you guys see how it says how if I want to buy Strategist, I have to spend 200 points in Tactician? You guys see in the bottom right of your screen, I have to spend 200 points in Tactician to unlock Strategist. How it worked in last year's game is the tokens you spent buying the perk counted for the tokens you spent for the perk. So if I bought Tactician for 175, I would only have to spend 25 tokens in the actual skill tree to unlock Strategist. That doesn't exist anymore. So if it says to spend 200 points in Tactician, you have to spend 200 points in Tactician, along with whatever you have to spend to buy Tactician. So yeah, last year you could kind of cheese this by buying the base perk of Tactician and make it to be so expensive that it covers the cost of Scheme Guru, so you can just buy Tactician and then go straight into Scheme Guru. You can't do that anymore. Now you have to willingly buy it, waste hundreds of tokens just buying it, then you have to waste hundreds of tokens inside the tree to unlock it, and then you have to waste more, I say waste, but use more tokens to buy this shit. So it's Scheme Guru was very good in 25 and 26. Unfortunately, Scheme Guru is kind of dead in this game. You really can't afford it at all. Mostly because everything is ridiculously expensive, but also for the fact that, well, oh, my back. It's the buying perks don't count anymore for reducing the entry point.
Welcome to a special moment in the college football calendar, the SEC Championship game, the original conference.
Well, even though they are Old Miss, they are old, or even though they are LSU, they are using Old Miss's playbooks. So
Tremendous build-up.
this is going to be a daunting task. An undefeated Coastal Carolina, who's doing the gauntlet, upset undefeated LSU, who didn't make our gauntlet, who probably feels that type of way. We were in the red zone for like 5.5 minutes and we didn't score. How? Dude, our offense keeps getting to the red zone, but it just won't score. Thank you. Finally, thank you. Holy shit. I'm not trying to complain. Also, W glitch with my coach not being my coach, but he's my coach. I swear to, I'm not even joking. Go back and rewatch that fast sim. We were inside the 20-yard line like 70% of the game. Like, we were pretty much in the red zone the entire game, and we just were not scoring any points. We weren't kicking field goals. I guess we were just going for it over and over and over again, because we pretty much spent the entire game in the red zone and really didn't score till the end. That was frustrating. We won, so fuck you, LSU. But yeah, we bent them over by 60 points last year in the Natty, and well, they got bent back over now. Excuse me? Excuse me? Well, no shit, we were struggling. My quarterback threw for fucking 100 yards and completed 11 passes. Dude, this game is so stupid. This game is so stupid. How in the world do we... Whatever. Whatever. My QB's averaging like 300 yards per game, and then there he barely, scrapes 100. That's whatever. Whatever. We just probably lost our Heisman, which is fine, but how we struggle to pass the football is just remarkable. I don't. It's not like I'd have a 99 receiver into a 93 receiver into a 91 into a 91. But we're struggling to pass the football, I guess. It's EA Sports, man. It's in the fucking game, am I right? I have better receivers on my team than most teams have, period, as my backups. And we passed for 100 yards. That's just... It's like, what am I supposed to say? Like, I mean, we won, which is like the only reason why I'm not crashing out. We won. But like, what are we doing? Like, do we pass for 100 yards? My entire O-line is like 95 pluses. What the fuck are we doing? It's... Thanks for the breakdown. No worries. I'm gonna have a whole video very soon breaking down the best coach build in the game, and spoiler alert, it's gonna be almost copy and paste to what the build was last year. Nearly identical, but with a few tweaks. Dude, I want to fire this guy because he's being stupid. But, like, he's one recruiting class away from being an elite recruiter. Fuck it. Fuck it. I'll find somebody else. All right, chat. Do we win Heisman? Let's see. I can think of no bigger flex than having the gauntlet run like that we're having right now and still winning Heisman. I can't think of any bigger of a flex.
And welcome to a very special moment on the annual sports calendar. The Heisman Trophy ceremony presented by EA Sports. Inside the Tiburon Theater, I'm Chris
LSU
So
QB, who
proud
just
to
got
bring
bent
the
over.
Heisman Trophy night every year. So many memories come out of this night. Each of these guys have hung out together, got to know each other better, but ultimately, the night's going to belong to one guy. One name will be read here, and one man will have that life-changing moment and forever be known as a
Wasn't
Heisman
paying attention. I wish you guys
Trophy
mind.
These are nervous
Who am I
times
rooting
for
for
these
here?
guys. The announcement
There he is. Julius Wall, the Great Wall. 1,700 yards and 20 touchdowns. My guy, my goat.
This is really a nervous time for them. They're this close to the
Connor,
trophy.
how are those tokens for your players acquired to be able to upgrade their mentals and abilities? You mean like during the season? It's with practice, but technically you do the off-season training and you get a bunch of tokens, and you can spend them how you want, whether it's with abilities. Mentals you can't fix. Mentals are whatever the player has, what they have. But actually, wait, am I confusing mentals for physicals? Whatever. One of the abilities you can't upgrade, other ones you
Okay,
can.
we've kept them waiting long enough. All of us want to know who is going to win the trophy for this season.
So practice
And here we
during
go.
the week,
This season, the Heisman
or during the
Award
year, and then
trophy
the
is
training at the very
awarded
end.
to
Come on.
Senior quarterback out of Coastal Carolina.
Let's go. My running back wins the Heisman. Let's go, baby. Let's go. That's my first ever running back Heisman. That's so cool. I've won it tens of times with the receivers. I've won a couple with the quarterback. This is the first Heisman natty I've ever had. Let's go.
And one final congratulations to the newest
Honestly, that's probably what my offense
Trophy fraternity.
through the LSU game was just to prevent the receiver and or quarterback from winning it. Just to do that, just to give to the running back probably. Hey, we got a Heisman though for our back, baby. Julius Wall, the Great Wall, 257, 17 hundo, and about 20 touchdowns if I had to guess. OC got OC of the year. Yep. I hope you do. You're on my team. What kind of character? Lol. I mean, listen. Julius is a man of very fine taste. Okay, you can say he's likes the China. Okay, very fine. He's a very big fan of tea. If you didn't notice, both his tea and other people's tea. Yo, Langy. I love how the chat hasn't worked the entire night, and literally that instantly worked. That's so awesome. Hey, I appreciate that, man. Thank you for the dono. Was it 10 biggins? Hey, I appreciate that, man. So if you guys don't know, I have a wall of fame where at the end of all my videos, I do give shout outs to you guys who are members, who super chat, super thanks, dono, all that amazing stuff that you guys go above and beyond for me. And I try to reciprocate that with, you know, giving you guys a little extra shout out at the end of all my videos. And so, Langley, I think I'm pretty, or I think there's no L, it's just Langy. I know someone in real life named Langley, which is why I might misspeak and say that they have an L, but you don't. Langy, appreciate the 10, man, and I will screenshot this and add you to the Wall of Fame, man. So if I start as a recruiter, as soon as I unlock Motivator, I'll get XP from the Motivator Architect Perk 2. Saw some people on Reddit say that it didn't happen last year. So how it works, Langy, is whatever perk that you have the most... Oh, thank you. That you have the most tokens in is your active perk. Yeah, I can show this, right? I could probably show this. So, like, obviously with this guy, Javon Dewitt, all of his perks are into Master Motivator. Therefore, he has an active perk of Master Motivator. I'm going to try to find someone that doesn't just have one singular perk. That would be cool. Okay, so here you go. As you can see with Dylan Pollock over here, his active... I can't... Okay, well, I can't zoom in any further, but basically, he has the most tokens spent in Motivator, which is the reason why Motivator is his active perk. Right? If he had the most tokens in Tactician, that would be his active perk. If he had more points in Recruiter, that would be his active perk. So what you can do is basically the entire recruiting cycle, have Recruiter be your active perk. That way you get XP for the players you sign. And then like the week or the week before training, just dump the rest of your tokens in Motivator, and then mid-season change your active perk from Recruiter to Motivator. And then when you advance to the training week, you'll get a shitload of XP because now that is your active perk. So you can technically double dip mid-year, but just know you can't retroactively go backwards. So once when you pivot from Recruiter as your active perk to then Motivator, you can't go back to Recruiter. Which generally there's no reason to go back, but there you go. But appreciate that, man. Thank you. Add another fella to the Wall of Fame. Let's fucking go. Post a recruiting video telling people not to recruit tight ends or agile O linemen because they suck, and it almost got 2K views. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. That's cool. You're also a fellow content creator, dude. What is my video at? So normally long YouTube videos don't do very well with the YouTube algorithm. Normally it's very bad. You want your video to be like between 5 to 15 minutes at most. And my first video in like 4 months just broke 2,200 views, so I appreciate y'all. Now here's the question. Who the hell do I sign as my coordinator? There's an elite recruiter. Oh, fuck. He's also a tactician, though. Please have one more. Please have one more. Please. 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 One more elite recruiter. I don't want to buy a tactician, dude. I hate tacticians so fucking much. Well, my options are a master motivator that has 0 recruiting, which will not do very much for me. I could buy a regular recruiter and hope I can do the impossible, which is make him not waste his tokens. I could say fuck it and get this guy who already has it. Actually, nah, I'm just going to go ahead and get this guy. Screw it. He also has some strategists, so maybe we get some value there. Not really, but... It is a couple master motivators left, actually. But... the rest of you guys are just generic recruiters. Yeah. That stinks. It's a big problem last year, and it sucks to know it's still a problem this year. Yeah, after about year 15, you really can't afford to have your coordinator ever leave. Because if your coordinator leaves, you're fucked. You are fucked. It's funny you mentioned that, Langy, that tight ends suck, because tight ends last year were basically undevelopable unless they were a blocking tight end. Like, vertical Tourette's just never developed. The gritty possession guys, like, there was a few archetypes that just never developed. But pure blockers developed like crazy. And now this year, the pure blockers don't really develop anymore. And the rest of them still don't. So it's kind of funny having a team filled with nothing but 99s, and then you get to my tight end, who, unless I move a receiver to tight end, my normal tight ends are like 85 overall. It's such a big downgrade from... default, Haven. I don't touch the XP sliders. I never have, and I never will.
This is a college football playoff quarterfinal at the Sugar Bowl. It's the Penn State Nittany Lions against the Coastal Carolina Chanticleers. 3A Sports College Football, I'm Chris Fowler along with Joel Klatt. We are excited for this quarterfinal game. And Holly Rhodes...
Yeah, I use the default settings for almost everything.
Thanks, guys. Checking in with the Chanticleers head coach before
Just because I know most people play with the default settings, so if I
winning the Heisman Trophy.
jack the XP sliders and shit up, then most people don't do that. The only setting I actually do change is the portal, because there's too many guys entering the portal, and the transfer portal's too overpowered, so I do nerf the portal, but everything else I pretty much do is default. We scored first and second. Oh, and thank you, Haven. I also did the same thing you did, actually. I have technically I have injuries turned off and I have wear and tear reduced, but I feel like everyone does that, so I forget to. But yeah, technically I nerfed the portal, I reduced wear and tear, and I turned injuries off, because if you guys don't know, injuries, regardless of what the slider is set to, if you're simulating the game, you will always lose more players in sim to injuries than whatever the injury slider is set to. So, because I primarily sim my games, I don't really play them very much. If I have injuries turned on, I will have my entire team dead by week 5. So, injuries, I have that turned off. The wear and tear, I have that turned down. And then the portal, I have it turned down too. And also, even if I didn't turn the portal down, I don't use it. So, I'm helping the computer by nerfing the portal. I don't really... I normally can recruit 35 main classes before the portal, so... Let's go peek our stats. We just blew out fucking the Nittany Lions by 40 points, by the way. My QB, 360, 84%, 3 touchdowns. Nice. My Heisman RB, 112 for 2 touchdowns. Sam, why you hate Tactician, bruh? Does it not work? Not really. Not really. I'll explain in a moment. Sam, just give me a minute to finish this, and I'll give you a deeper analysis than just nuh-uh. Tactician does something, it just doesn't do what people think it does, which is the problem. Tactician is like 95% fluff and 5% value. That's the problem. It was really bad last year, and it didn't change going into this year, so it's still mostly fluff. Well, we killed everybody so far. Now let's go and play our next opponent. I forgot. Did I spend my point? I gotta check my blueprint, actually. Did I spend the points I need to... Oh, I did. Okay. I always forget to spend points on that. But yeah, Sam, I'm going to eventually have like a 45-minute long video like I had last year that breaks down every perk in the game and explains like what it does. And give you, like, the best coach build for, like, again, the perks you want to buy and the perks you want to avoid. And Tactician is number 1 on the avoid list. Which is sad, because Scheme Guru is so good. But, like, I can't justify Scheme Guru when you have to spend so many points to get there that it's not worth it. Well, SMU scored first. We matched, though, with 7. We stopped them in the red zone. Cool. We scored again. Nice. We scored again. And again. And again. Defense has yet to give up a touchdown. Nice. We are almost up 30 points. We are now over 30, and we just blew them out. Okay, well. At least SMU scored more than Penn State did. So, I'll salute you guys for making an attempt. Didn't do shit. Still lost, but we'll see. QB, again, why is my QB throwing for a small amount of yards? It's because we're running the ball too much. Can we stop having, like, 40 rushing attempts, please? I think what's going on is we're getting to the red zone so fast that the CPU stops throwing the ball and we just run it. which is the reason we're getting just a stupid amount of carries and less yards. But we won, so does it really matter if you win? Okay, 15-0. Are we playing Nebraska or are we playing Oregon? What are we playing? We're going to put belt ass to Oregon? We get to play ranked 11 Oregon. Okay, let's go. By the way, I'm going to keep pronouncing it Oregon. The E is actually pronounceable, so. We got Arkansas, and now we got Oregon, so. Oregon's like, I'm mad you didn't put me in the Super Conference. You guys suck, so you're not going to get in the Super Conference. As they're a 99 overall team. JK, they will be in the Super Conference next year. What the fuck? Where'd they go? They were legit like an 83 before the year started, and now they're a 99. What a glow up. Well, they got 3 losses, and we had none, so by proxy, we should just blow them out, right? Which wins in a battle? A duck or a rooster? The answer is obviously the rooster. Okay, we've been in the red zone 4 times. We finally scored. Thank you. Long drive. Ooh, they're going tit for tat. I don't like this tit for tat. Oh, no. Oh, no. Did we choke it? Oh, my God. We choked it. Dude, oh, my God. They stopped passing. Dude, that is what makes me so fucking mad right there. The CPU scored 30 points in 2 quarters. My team scored 14. It's just they stopped trying to score.
Well, now you can soak it in. You are national champions.
They just stopped trying to score.
Take in the atmosphere. You climb the mountain.
I mean, we also threw 2 picks, so that's also not good. 2 picks is pretty bad, but that's not how you win games. So, ouch. That's a rough way to lose.
It's in the game. Okay.
Rough way to lose. But yeah, I have my aggro turned up to 75, and my offense is still being hyper conservative. I don't think there's anything you can do to fix that in this game. Like I can't make the computer not go into 2 clock mode. And it wasn't like our offense wasn't moving the ball. I'm watching the replay on my stream right now. Our offense was moving. It's just we went up 21-10 or 21-11 and then just stopped scoring. Yeah, our offense just stopped trying, which is just sad. And of course we win the... Dude, this is fucking hilarious. I swear there is just 0 reason to ever not menu sim. Menu sim is so much better than fast sim, it's not even funny. It's crazy how consistent menu sim is, though. I'm hoping the game was close, because if we blew out Oregon in the menu sim... Oh my god. Literally just don't watch them play. Just don't watch your team play. If you watch your team play, they just play worse. I can't comprehend how my team struggled to score 7 points through 2 quarters of football. And then when I menu sim the game, we score 7 touchdowns. How do we go from struggling to score 1 touchdown to scoring 7? What the fuck, man? What's funny is my quarterback didn't even play that much better. Like, yeah, he threw 2 touchdowns in the other one, and this time he threw 0, but in terms of the yards and touchdowns, he didn't play, like, it wasn't that much of a difference. Like, we could have gave Oregon those 2 interceptions back, and we still beat them by 60 points, so. What the fuck? I mean, I guess that was the main difference. The quarterback in menu sim just didn't work, whereas the quarterback in the fast sim was just dipping dots for days. That is crazy, though. Yeah, we struggled to score at all versus Oregon. Then I menu sim the game, and it's a blowout. I don't. This game is. This game is something. 5 TDs is nasty, but it's just the inconsistencies that really bother me. Like, it's so frustrating to feel like I'm actively hurting myself if I want to watch my team play. Is he still here? Hey, Sam, are you still here? The year's done, so I can give you the deep dive on why tacticians ask if you're still here. I just wish, Haven, it was more homogenized, right? Like, I'm basically getting whiplash with how the menu sim logic is versus the in-game sim logic. They're so distinctly different that I'm better off just not watching my team play, because if I do, they'll magically play, 10 times worse, which is just sad. Oh. Well, Sam, even if you're not here, I still might give the tactician thing anyways, and just tell you to come back to rewatch this part of the stream. That way the explanation is just still there for you. But all right, chat. And if maybe I'm gonna teach you guys who are here a lesson. I have no idea. Every question I ask, I promise, is not a trick question. These are just regular questions. What stats do you buff with this quarterback package? As you guys can see, we have 4 tiers of tactician. What stats am I buffing here? I am buffing throw on the run, change of direction, throw under pressure, break sack, spin move, juke move, ball carrier vision, short and medium. What if I told you of all of the stats on your screen, only 2 of them matter? Anybody want to take a gander on what 2 stats are the only 2 stats here that actually matter? That would be tier 4, passing boost 2, which is the short and medium. If you're using a pocket passing quarterback, the throw on the run doesn't do anything. The break sack doesn't do anything. The juke and spin and ball carrier vision doesn't do anything. Well, Beastly, obviously, it's because you're using a pocket passer. What if you're using a dual threat athlete, or just a dual threat, or a backfield creator, or a pure runner? There's still, okay, throw under pressure, which I guess this is... I'll keep yapping about the stats, and I'll explain how they work in a moment. But throw under pressure doesn't do anything unless the stat's very high. So, if you're using the pure runner, you have no throw under pressure, so the stat won't do anything. So currently, if you're keeping track, that means you have to use a dual threat or a backfield creator just to have a chance to get any value of any of this garbage, which is mostly garbage. Change of direction, COD, doesn't do anything on offense. How often are you stopping and starting with a quarterback? Now, I'm not talking about receivers or running backs. I'm talking about QBs. How often are you sprinting with a quarterback, then you completely stop, and then you start sprinting again? The answer is basically never. If you're running with a quarterback, you're running full speed and you're not going to stop and then keep going. Maybe if you're, playing your little cousin or nephew and the, difficulties on rookie or freshman, but against even an average player or the computer, you're not going to start running and then ever stop and then keep running again. That's not how that works. You're going to run and either slide or run and juke, but you're not going to stop. So no matter what you're doing with whatever archetype, change of direction does nothing. And also, furthermore, change of direction is more of a defensive stat. Agility is offense, but that's a different topic for a different day. So if you're keeping track, almost all of this shit is fucking useless. Unless you have a very rare situation in which you do strafe in the pocket. Well, yeah, but how much are you strafing in the pocket to warrant spending hundreds of points on it? The next thing becomes, the ratio of investment versus reward. You're spending a lot to gain very little here. So that's the other thing, which is the main reason why this perk is garbage. Chat, how much are the buffs? How much are the buffs, chat? When it says that it buffs a thing, how much are the buffs? Does anybody know the actual increments of the buffs? Because I can tell you it's a number. It's not like a magical thing where it boosts your aura. It's an actual number. So all the tactician buffs, unless they've changed it for this game, which I highly doubt, are +2. They were +2 in 25. They were +2 in 26. And unless they've magically changed it to something else in this game, it's still +2. Well, Beastly, what does the +2 do anything? As you guys can see, every stat in this game has a threshold. I've not made the video yet for this game because I've been very busy and dealing with EA's bullshit's really derailed my videos. But the video I made last year, that's it. You get +2 stats. That's it. You get +2. Exactly what Grayson and Blunva said. Appreciate y'all, by the way. Thank you. Nothing is worse than being a teacher in a class in which no one responds. It's very sucks. Anyways, so you get +2 stats. Now, if you have coordinators, your coordinators give you 50% of your head coach thing. So, example, if you are giving +2 stats, your coordinators can only give +1. So if you run the full quad stack, that's +4 stats. Would I recommend that? No. But you get +4 stats. I'm not going to explain the rest of this with the understanding of quadruple stacking or triple stacking everything, because let's be real, that's far few and in between. Generally, most of the time when you buy these perks, you're buying them individually. You don't buy them for the stack. So but anyways, I have a video. Highly advise you guys to go watch it if you're new. It's going to be the same video I make this year. Literally nothing's changed. Unless I get presented new information, then, I will obviously change my tune. But until I'm given new information, I'm not going to change my stance on things. Chat, what is the difference between 91 throw short and 93 throw short? What's the difference? Now, if you're an OG on my channel and you've been watching my live streams for the last year, you know the difference. But if you don't know the difference, you're about to learn something pretty funny. Actually, do I still have... Wait a minute. Do I still have the... I probably deleted it. Wait. Do I still have the screenshot on my PC from like a year ago? And actually, it'd be easier just to find my own YouTube video. I know where it's at in the video, but I'm pretty sure I still have the screenshot to this day that explains this. But yeah, I'm going to be ruining the game for you guys. So go ahead. Viewer discretion is advised for this. I will be ruining the game for you. And when you learn this information, you will never look at the game the same way again. So just again, viewer warning. When you learn this information, you will be like, well, that's stupid. And I'm going to be like, I know. That's EA for you. Where's the video? Where's the video? I believe the video's titled like that. Yeah, stats explained. Has 11,000 views. So this is going to ruin the game for you. Again, you've already been warned. So if you're still watching the stream, you want to have it ruined for you. This is how the game works. This is the literal code of the game. So now again, EA could change these, but they haven't changed them in like 10 years. So I'm going to assume they're not going to change them this year. Just a general rule of thumb with EA Sports. We will go, where's the throwing stats? Where are they? I've not looked at this chart in a while. Where is the throwing stats? Are they down here? Okay, they're right there. Okay, in the bottom right of your screen. So the difference between a quarterback that has 80, 81, 82, and 84 throwing anything, whether it's throw deep, throw short, throw under pressure, it doesn't matter. Or actually, it's short, but you get the point. It's the numbers work the exact same way across the board because it's how numbers work. But the difference between 81, 80, 82, 83, and 84 is the exact same. You don't activate the next threshold until 85. The difference between 85, 86, 87, 88, and 89 is the exact same. You don't hit the next threshold till 90. The difference between 90, 91, 92, 93, and 94 is the exact same. You don't hit the next threshold till 95. So sticking with the example of the +2 medium and the +2 short with throwing stats, if my quarterback has 90 throw short and he gets +2 throw short, that doesn't do anything. The only way the +2 stats would matter is if my QB had 93 throw short. Then the +2 would matter. But spoiler alert, if your quarterback already has 93 throw short, you're going to be completing like 90-something% of your passes anyways. So that +2 is negligible. And all of the stats work the exact same way. There's thresholds. Very fun one in the top left corner, as you guys can see, that involves man and zone and receivers and corners interactions. There is almost no difference between 91 man coverage and 98 man coverage. Once when you achieve 90 man coverage, you're pretty much done. So if my DB already has 93 man coverage and I give him his +2s, it'll do virtually nothing. In fact, I can give him +4. It still wouldn't do anything. There's basically different thresholds for different increments and different numbers for different stats. Once when you reach the number, you get the thing. Generally, a good rule of thumb with EA, the soft cap is 90. Not always, but generally it's 90. Like if you look in the middle of your screen, for stiff arm, it's 90. For trucking, it's 90. For hurdle, it's 90. For juke move, it's 90. But for spin move, it's 88. So once when you achieve that stat, the rest of them don't matter. Right? The difference between 95 juking and 90 juking is nothing. It's the exact same juking. So if you want to go watch that video, I would highly advise you to watch it. I guess I can flash it on screen, but here's the video that breaks down the numbers. It's the exact same one I'll make for this year because nothing's changed. So if you're keeping track with Tactician, it's expensive. It virtually does nothing. And the few circumstances it actually does something, is it really worth it? The answer is no, no, and God no. So, Tactician's the worst skill tree in the game. It's always been the worst skill tree in the game. And, you know, again, to make it come full circle with the classroom analogy and the lesson you guys have just learned, Let's look at my current quarterback that you guys just saw, Lynn Middleton, who just, popped off for 5 touchdowns and a few hundred yards and, had a pretty good national championship game versus the best team we could play. He currently is 91 throw medium, which means if I were to give him the +2, it wouldn't do anything. Because 91 +2 would be 93. It wouldn't do anything. You can't increase throw deep. That is not in the skill tree, so that does nothing. Throw under pressure. He is 79 throw under pressure. +2 would be 81. 81 is literally the bare minimum threshold for throw under pressure. Meaning it'll do something, but you're talking very little. You're talking like maybe 1 out of every 70 throws, you'll feel the difference. Very little. Throw on the run will go from 78 to 80. Again, very little difference. You will feel a difference 1 out of every 75 throws. You'll see it, but very little. Then you got throw short. The only stat that he would actually benefit from would be throw short. Because even though I've mentioned the thresholds, and most of the thresholds are 90, not always, but most of them, there is a special threshold at 99. So generally speaking, how the curve works, and I don't have, again, watch the video because I show you the bell curve in the video, but I'm not pulling up old Twitter screenshots and you can just go watch the video. But how the bell curve works is at 99 anything, that will make them play the best. But how often are you going to be put in situations in which your player has 97 whatever, and you need the +2 stats to get them over the hump? So technically, in his example, the only +2 stat that he would benefit from would be technically throw short. But I also play with, I play the game with placement and accuracy. So as long as I green pass the ball, it's never going to be overthrown anyways. So, and that's just one example. I can keep going. In fact, I'm going to keep going because there's nothing more than hammering a point home to the point in which the conversation becomes funny because it's redundant. Let's go with, what's a funny one? Let's go with a funny one. Let's go with, actually, I was going to do linebackers, but let's go and do receivers. Why not? Receivers. And tight ends, but receivers. Tier 1 gives you +2 run block power and run block finesse, which is funny because for almost every receiving archetype in the game, you can't upgrade run blocking, period. So guess what? Your speedster receiver that has 45 run blocking, he's going to have 47 run blocking. Ooh, so very good. Now, obviously, you can upgrade I think it's the gritty guys, the gritty possession dudes, but I'm not going to make an exception for one archetype when everyone else, so everyone but one archetype gets fucked here. Whatever, fine, it's tier 1. You open the gate with 2 useless ass abilities. Tier 2, juke and spin. Again, the thresholds were on screen. For spinning, you got to have 88 juke, and it's 88 spin, and for juking, it's 90. Most receivers will not get high enough unless you're a gadget receiver or, again, there's exceptions, but generally speaking, your contested specialist receiver will not get high enough to where it matters. Right? The gritty possession guys will not get high enough to where it matters. The route artists will not get high enough to where it matters. So they have yet to have a useful stat, just like QBs, where it's yet to be a useful stat. Tier 3, short and medium. Finally, the first stat that actually does something. But just like quarterback, if they have 90 short route running, there is no difference between 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, and 98. Now, there's a difference with 99, but again, how many times are you going to be put in a situation where your receiver has 97 short route running and you need that +2? I can assure you, if your receiver has that high of route running, they already have 99, in which the perk, which also, another funny thing about this perk caps at 99. So if your receiver already has 99 short and medium, which can happen, the perk will literally do nothing because you can't have over 100 stats. So unless you find that 1 in 100 or 1 in 200 receiver that is 97 short route running, 97 medium route running, 97 catching traffic, and 97 catching, this does nothing. And you've just spent, what, 60 tokens to buy this garbage to do nothing. Now, there are some valuable ones, right? Like linebackers. Linebackers, this is probably the most valuable one you're going to get. So I will give them their flowers. I'm not going to just excessively hate. Finesse move, block shedding. You know, if you have a pass rushing linebacker, those stats are very good. Again, you have to be in such. I'm going to just assume you're at the perfect threshold to where you need these stats. But objectively, they're good stats to have +2. That is block shedding, finesse move, pursuit, play rec, man zone, tackle hit power. The linebackers got truly blessed with everything is very good. But again, you have to be 2 points away from hitting the good stat. Then it becomes valuable. Otherwise, you're just, like example with zone coverage. If your linebacker has 80 zone coverage and you give him +2, it does nothing. There is no difference between 80 zone all the way up to 89 zone. They will all play the exact same. Now, 90 is a different story. Once when you hit 90 zone for linebackers, they're done. There is no need to go over 90, which if you ever pay attention to why I'm upgrading my linebackers, what's the number I always stop at, chat? I always stop at 90 because there's no point in going above 90 because it does the same thing. This guy's 94, probably had extra tokens and just got lazy, or the game auto-upgraded because we had practice. 94. This guy's a lurker. Again, doesn't count. He has high zone. Where's a non-person that's a non-lurker? There we go. Here's a non-lurker, so this should be fair. 93, right? I could keep going, but I'm not going to. You get the point. I'm not going over the zone threshold because there's no point. After you reach 90, there's no point. There you go. 92 zone. I stopped here. I have no purpose to keep going because there's no difference between 90 all the way up to 98. Now, 99, different story, but now can he get 99 zone? Yes. Am I lazy and will I do that? No. I am not going to waste 60 more tokens on, you know, a few stats here and there when I could just put them into block shedding and IQ to get more value or hit power. So, or speed. So either way, that's the shortened version of why Tactician's a scam and why if you buy it, you're ruining your coach, and anyone that recommends you to buy it's a fucking idiot. So there you go. TED Talk done. Now I can go back and re-chat because I am done with yapping. Blenva, there's a threshold? Yes. 200 Bula? Exactly. None at all. Grayson, what about Scheme Guru, for example, increased catch chance all over the field? Scheme Guru ignores stats, which is the reason why Scheme Guru's always been very good. Scheme Guru ignores stats. So you could have a receiver with 80 catching, and if you have the perks and Scheme Guru where you can catch better, the perk will make your 80 catching play much better. Scheme Guru ignores stats, which is the value in it because you can take really bad players and make them play out of their mind, which was the reason why I said Scheme Guru was a top 5 perk, because it's very valuable. It's just very expensive, which is the problem. I feel like a scam, once you've spent on it, you can never see any improvements. Yeah. You're in class right now? Hell yeah, Blenda. Let's fucking go. This is great info. Langy, I'm glad you're enjoying it. This is not new information, by the way. This has been the same way for like 10 years. So I am not the creator or the founder of this. This is, again, I am not doing anything special. I'm just repeating the information that all of you should know from other people. Use the cheat sheet right now. Yeah, that cheat sheet's insanely valuable, which is why I couldn't find the screenshot. Haven, I'm glad you explained this. Hell yeah, Haven. Glad you listened. So level stars to 90 and stop stats. For most stats, yes. For man, zone, short route running, medium route running, deep route running, catching traffic, spectacular catch, block shed, power move, finesse move, run block power, run block finesse, pass block power, pass block finesse, power move, finesse move, block shed. If I didn't include the trifecta there. Stiff arm, I think's 80. No, stiff arm and juke's 90, spins 88. Hurdling, I think's like 80, or jumping's like 80. But those are mental stats. The physical stats are the ones that don't have any caps. Those are like speed, strength, awareness. Right? There is a big difference between a guy with 90 speed versus 99 speed. But there's virtually no difference with a corner with 90 zone versus like 95 zone. There's virtually no difference. So if it's a mental stat, you cap at 90 most of the time. If it's a physical stat, you go up to 99 most of the time. Obviously, exceptions do apply, but it's a good thing to keep in your head. Just as the XP, or yeah, 400 XP a win, I think it is. We just did the math, Haven. Assuming you go undefeated, which is 16-0, that is 400 XP times 16, which is about 8,000, give or take. 8,000 XP is virtually nothing in the grand scheme of the game. And Motivator, you can get like 30 to 40,000. So I would say Tactician's better than Recruiter as like a base XP perk, but Motivator just destroys all three of them. Literally, if you guys watch my next rebuild that I'll be doing here very soon, I will do the same things I did now, but without the other perks, and you will see that with Motivator, we were just shitting out XP, which is the reason why, you know, my coach level is so high and a few other reasons. Langy, it depends on the ability. But both offense and defense is really overpower things that if you do or don't know what you're doing, it will make your opponent's life miserable. Grayson, it's mind-boggling that a company as big as EA can't be bothered to code a difference in each rating versus cap versus the increment of 5. Well, Grayson, back in the day, it used to be that way. I'm talking... Again, I might be getting the dates a bit fuzzy here, but it's the general concept that matters, not the specifics. I want to say it's like Madden 17, Madden 16. I forget which Madden it was, but the game back in the day, like my childhood, like Madden 13, Madden 11, Madden 07, right? Those old games, the numbers mattered, right? Like if you had 93 block shed and the O-line in front of you had 92 blocking, the 93 is higher than 92, so the 93 would win. That's how it used to be back in the day. We're talking like 20 years ago. But the problem in the game was that because the calculator was literally as simple as which number is bigger, it made the gameplay really wonky. Like, example, what happens when two 99 players play each other? Well, the answer is neither would win. Like, if you had a center with 99 everything versus a D tackle with 99 everything, back in the day, nothing would happen. Like, neither would win. They would just sit there and be tied the whole game. EA changed to the threshold system to make it feel more organic, which in the beginning it was, but once when people learned the numbers and they learned where and, you know, how far to move the line, like everything in life, it got exploited, and then, you know, there you go. But yeah, it used to be as simple as you have 95 catch in traffic, I have 94 zone coverage, your number's bigger, you're going to win the engagement. You have 98 man coverage, my receiver has 92 route running, you're going to win. It used to be that way. Now again, I think it's like 2017, 2016 was the first year they had thresholds. And it's been that way literally ever since. No, I believe in like Madden 20, they like slightly changed the thresholds. I want to say it was like 91 was the soft cap, not 90. I'm forgetting which game it was, but there was a game in which cover 3 defense was the best defense in the game, because if you had 91 zone, your defenders would literally play everything, right? You could put a guy on a hard flat. Again, this was like before zone drops. We're talking, again, like 6 or 7 years ago. But back in the day, I forget which game it was, but there was you can go find the YouTube footage, I'm sure it exists. But there was a game where the zones were so overtuned, you could call generic cover 3 and everything would get locked down. I think it was the year in which the Seahawks pummeled the Broncos is the game that came from. But yeah, it was funny to have like your deep third play a drag route. It was obviously that's not balanced, right? Like every zone shouldn't just play everything. But it was really funny because zone was overwhelmingly the best defense in the game, because the moment your guy had 91 zone, he was a demon. Right? If you ever got a linebacker with like 90 zone, you could not throw the ball within like 30 yards of the line of scrimmage. Especially because back in the day, you would have people like, I know nowadays they do like Harold Carmichael and like Ed Too Tall Jones at safety and Ultimate Team, but to sound like an unk, back in my day, the only tall guys were like Calvin Johnson and like Julius Peppers. So you could only imagine how terrifying it was back in the day to deal with, 6'5" Calvin or 6'7" Julius Peppers with 90 plus zone. So if you ever clicked off and let the computer play, the computer was a fucking demon. But if you usered the player the entire time, you get using a damn near 7 foot tall person. Also, back in the day, linebackers did jump. Nowadays, they don't jump. They will never leave the ground, regardless of what their stat is. Back in the day, linebackers did jump, and you could, again, go find, the old archived YouTube footage of it. But you could literally intercept people at the line of scrimmage. I have old Xbox 360 clips of me doing it to people back in the day. If you had a tall enough linebacker and you stood directly over the center and you held the interception button, and you were playing against a short enough quarterback, you would literally pick the ball off from the line of scrimmage. It was super funny. Because linebackers would jump like, 2 to 3 feet in the air, and if they're already almost 7 foot tall, it's like Victor Wembanyama standing in front of like Drew Brees. It's obviously he's going to pick the ball off. But that's like, we're talking archaic Madden gameplay, and yeah. I've seen a thing or two because I've experienced a thing or two, so. Unlike most content creators who make, content for this game, I've actually experienced almost all of it, so I can tell you about it because that's kind of how it works. Standing novation. I think I mean ovation. Appreciate that, Blunva. Besides the thresholds, physical abilities are just the bonus. Do you mean physical abilities as in like the in-game abilities? In-game abilities trump stats. Just like Scheme Guru does. But the problem is you got to have the stats to get the ability. Right? Like, where's my quarterback so I can show you guys? They're called physicals, okay. So, example, if you have Platinum Dot, it doesn't matter if there's a dude in your face about to sack you or if your pocket's wide open. If you have Platinum Dot, it'll ignore your throw short, throw medium, and throw deep stats. If you have Platinum Resistance, it'll ignore your throw under pressure stat. Now, mind you, you got to have a pretty high stat to get Platinum, but almost every one of the abilities in this game overrides stats. So, like, another easy example I can give you is the ability on Speedsters, which EA's nerfed now 2 years in a row. Takeoff. Takeoff basically ignores your acceleration stat. You will go from 0 to max speed instantly. And the reason why Takeoff is one of the best abilities in the game is because most corners might have high speed or high acceleration, but it takes them time to get to that speed or to get to the acceleration. With takeoff, the receiver gets it instantly. So if you think about it in a way, acceleration is irrelevant when you have plat takeoff. Now, how do you get plat takeoff? Well, you got to have high acceleration. But most abilities in the game trump stats. Generally speaking, in order of operations, you want abilities first, then perks second, and then stats third, generally. Unless you're simulating. If you're simulating like me, abilities do nothing. So don't buy them. They're a waste. But on that note, I've been live for 5 hours. My throat is starting to give out. And your boy is kind of hungry, and it's 2 o'clock in the morning. So I need to be getting to bed. My phone's also on 2%, so it's about to die. I hope that little TED Talk, ARFP, shout out you, got here right as I'm wrapping up. But yeah, I'm hoping that TED Talk got to the people it was supposed to get to, and you guys learned a thing or two. I guess another little last jab I'll give at Tactician, asides the plethora I've already given you. Not just as Tactician ass, but so is Strategist and Architect. So not just do you have no reason to never buy this perk because the perk sucks, but the perks that it's associated with also suck. So this entire tree, this entire section is just a bunch of ass. Not the good kind of ass either. We're talking like the flat surfboard type stuff. Like really, really, really flat ass. Like some Panera Bread shit. So generally always avoid the purple perk of doom, which is what I called it last year, Strategist, and Tactician. These 3 perks are just not worth your time. So there you go. Either way, I appreciate y'all. Much love. Shout out to Langy for the $10 dono. I appreciate you, brother. And I will see you guys in the next one. Take care.